Elijah Lamb, yeah, yeah. Yalla in the ring and he never backs up. Bible in his hand when the doctrine acts up. What? Islamic dilemma got him stuck, jammed up, say something. He hits them with the truth and they can't stand up. Yeah, young Christian soldier, yeah, he built for the fight. Hold up, knows the scripture like a blade sharp, cutting through the night. Facts on it. You wanna bring a claim, better bring it right on. Cause Elijah drive facts, in the end your whole night, run it back. Yeah, first things first, Elijah stepping with the fire. Yeah, young lion in the faith, big truth aim higher. When he pull that Bible out, the whole vibe shifts. What? Cause every single verse hitting like a full clip. Facts, he refuting Islam daily, that's light work. Hold up, breaking down doctrines, exposing where it don't work. Yeah, they try to spin stories, but none of it sticks. You hit them with the dilemma, watch them fall back quick. Say something, is the Quran from Allah or is it from man? Yeah. He asked the right question and they can't even stand. Facts, push left, push right, they can't break through. Hold up, cause every answer they give leaves a contradiction to what? Yeah, what? Elijah in the ring and he never backs up. Bible in his hand when the doctrine acts up. Yeah, Islamic dilemma got him stuck, jammed up, say something. He hits them with the truth and they can't stand up. Young Christian soldier, yeah, he built for the fight. Fact, knows the scripture like a blade sharp, cutting through the night. Hold up. You wanna bring the claim, better bring it right. What? Cause Elijah drive facts, in the end your whole night running back. They say he too young, nah, he too blessed. Yeah, mind built strong, Holy Spirit in his chest. He break down top, sir, had if every root, say something. Then switch to the gospel, yeah, he double shoes facts. No panic, he's standing with a war tone. Hold up, won't bow to Islam cause he know the truth alone. Every false claim tossed that him gets overturned. Cause the scriptures stay lit and the lies get burned. Yeah, he ain't disrespecting, he defending in the way, facts. But if you bring up a challenge, he'll make you stand this way. His debating technique, man, he polished and clean. Hold up, got Muslims scratching heads like, what does this mean? Yeah, every debate end with the same storyline. Their arguments fold and his truth still shine. Facts, he ain't cocky, he just knows who he stands for. Say something, and he's locking the faith like a lion ready for war. Yeah, what? Elijah in the ring and he never backs up. Bible in his hand when the doctrine acts up. What? Islamic dilemma got him stuck, jammed up, say something. He hits them with the truth and they can't stand up. Yeah, young Christian soldier, yeah, he built for the fight. Hold up, knows the scripture like a blade sharp, cutting through the night. Facts on it. You wanna bring a claim, better bring it right.
Yo, check it out. We back again. Elijah Johnson in the house. Whoop, whoop, whoop. No. I'm just playing. You know who it is. Elijah the Johnson, the monster. Hey, yo. Now, what's the deal, y'all? God bless. I pray that everybody is doing well. And prayerfully we have a good life. Don't ever do that again. I got you, gang. Don't trip. Let me make sure.
Dude, I downloaded this what do you call it? This no copyright, mind you, no copyright audio for my starting soon page. And I got copyrighted for it.
Oh, shoot. Are you serious?
That's the second one, bro.
Oh, my days. On my videos. I hope that's not the case. I'm gonna have to make a song. I think I did.
It'll tell you if you get copyrighted, like right under your videos and whatnot.
Think that he is savage to like I'm Tommy Yoka. I bet. Oh, we finna get started in a sec. Why is it not all right, here, let me try stopping. Dang, it's not. Hey, can somebody comment on YT real quick? I just want to see something. Oh, bet. Appreciate you, Walt. So it's just not popping up on my side. It's gonna make it real difficult to make sure I see y'all stuff, bro. Dang, four requests is crazy. Y'all thirsty. Hello.
Thirsty. I'm dehydrated. Yo,
We not starting out like that, bro. We is not starting out like that, bro.
Yo,
What's that?
one good reason is because God is not a man. Jesus is not God.
How you know that?
Because God is uncreated. God's
Yeah.
eternal.
Yeah, Jesus is uncreated and eternal.
Did Jesus have a body?
He created a body for himself, yeah.
No, because you believe in God being a separate person, the Father being separate from the Son. So it was actually the Father who created.
Hey, bro, do you want to
his
come
body.
back? You want to come back when you're done playing like Fortnite or whatever you're playing?
No, I'm fine. I'm multitasking.
Nah, it's like the keyboard click is annoying.
All right. Well, I won't do it anymore.
Did you just die or something?
No, I'm playing Geometry Dash. Anyway.
Geometry Dash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't never heard of that.
bros in middle school.
So Jesus had a body. Right? Jesus had a body, right?
He created a body for himself.
No, that's a heresy.
What's the heresy?
That's a heresy.
Yeah, if you're as a Christian, you believe in 3 different persons of God, of the Trinity.
How's that a heresy?
Jesus and the Father couldn't have both created his body. Jesus is a created being.
Do Trinitarians believe that all 3 persons created the world?
Yes.
No.
Alright.
They believe that the Father.
My fault, gang. You Geometry Dash got your brain occupied right now, bro. My fault.
Okay, my friend, can I have a chance now to talk to you?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. The prompt is give me one good reason to not be Christian.
Correct. You a good reader, bro. You're doing good.
I'm not an atheist or agnostic.
Alright.
Okay? Just so you know. My question is that as a Christian, do you believe that lying is okay for the better, like for a better outcome? Can you lie?
Yeah.
Or is lying a sin in general?
No, for a better, like for some specific outcome, you can lie.
Okay, and what outcome is that okay with? Like
the protection of people. Like, say for instance, if you were in in 1940s Germany and somebody comes to your door and is like, hey bro, you got any of them people here, you can say no.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's look up in the Bible, 1 Corinthians chapter 9 verse 20.
Okay. Oh damn.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, Trent believe in a filioque? Go ahead, Trent. You must have did some reading. I didn't know that Trent believed in a filioque. That's me being off of social media all this time. You said 1 Corinthians 9:10?
9:20.
Alright.
I want to see who is talking here and if you agree with what they're saying in this verse.
Okay. To the Jews, I became as a Jew in order to win Jews. To those under the law, I became as one under the law, though not being myself under the law, that I might win those under the law. What?
Who's talking here?
Paul?
So is it okay for Paul to pretend and lie to be a Jew when around the Jews? And is it okay to be a Gentile and pretend to be amongst the Gentiles in order to win over the Gentiles? Is this type of lying okay?
He did. Nowhere in this verse did he lie at all.
That's what it's saying. Because Paul wasn't a Jew, right?
No, he was a Jew. He was of the tribe of Benjamin.
But he explicitly said in that verse that he does not follow the law.
No, he said, to those under the
So he
law, I
denounced.
became as one under the law, though not being
No,
myself.
I am not being one myself under the law. So he is disassociating himself with those of the law.
No, so there were people who didn't recognize the fulfillment of scripture that it ushered in the new covenant. Right? So the new covenant brought in like grace, whereas the old covenant was under this law. So Paul is
saying that he is not amongst those people, but is pretending to be amongst those people.
No, what does it say? Pretending.
That's I'm saying I'm talking in.
So what this means?
The verse is saying I for the people under the law I appear to be, even though I'm not a part of. So what is that? Is he pretending?
No. So look, go to the previous verses, right? For if I preach the gospel, that gives me no ground for boasting. For necessity is laid upon me. Woe to me if I do not preach the gospel. For if I do this of my own will, I have a reward. But if not my own will, I am still entrusted with a stewardship. What then is my reward? That in my preaching I may present the gospel free of charge, so that, as not to make full use of my right in the gospel. For although I am free from all, I have made myself a servant to all, that I might win more of them. To the Jews, I became a Jew.
Yes.
Okay, in order to win the Jews. To those
let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. For the Jews, when he comes around the Jews, he became a Jew. So he pretended to be a Jew.
That's not what that means. That means like,
why not? Why does not?
All this means. Yes, I'm finna tell you. Wait, listen. I'm finna tell you. So in Christ, right? The Christ like allows us to eat whatever foods, right? That's one of the things that yes, that's what Christ says. Yes,
he does not say that. He said, Christ said in the Bible, I did not come to break the law, but to fulfill the law.
Oh my goodness! So you want me to show you? Do you want me to show you?
Let me ask you something. The verse that I brought up to you, if Muhammad said the same thing, you would have an issue with it. You would call him a liar.
What are you talking about?
You would call him a deceiver.
Right, look.
I'm a Muslim. That's what I'm asking you
I can
in your
tell.
Bible. In your Bible,
I can tell. So look, this is what look, brother, look. This is what Jesus says, right?
Okay.
Then are you also without understanding? Do you not see whatever goes into a person from outside cannot defile him, since it enters not his heart but his stomach and is expelled? Thus he declared all foods clean. And then he says, what comes out of a person is what defiles him. For from within, out of the heart of man, come evil thoughts, sexual immorality, theft, murder, adultery, coveting, wickedness.
As long as I don't see it bad, I could eat human flesh, right?
What are you talking about, bro?
It's meat. It's food.
Bro,
I don't see it as wrong.
Listen. First of all, it's not about what you see as wrong. So
that's what you're saying. That
brother, can you listen for a second?
Bro, I'm trying to track with you.
No, you're not. You're trying to just talk.
You're going to talk about meat. You moved the conversation. I'm saying.
All right. What's your name?
In the verse I gave you.
What's your name?
Paul said.
What is your name?
A Jew.
What is your name?
Jacob.
Can we have a conversation, Jacob?
I'm trying to have a conversation, but you're moving to another topic. About me.
I was trying to explain to you what Paul is saying.
No, you're not. I'm talking about the verse that I brought up to you.
Okay, so Jacob, if you were having a conversation with someone that refused to engage in conversation, how long would you stay there?
As long as we were talking about the same topic of
hours. Like you're with somebody who refuses to engage. So like
I'm trying to have the same topic, I would say hours, and
All
I'm
right,
on the topic. You went to
brother.
meet.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer you, and you just continue talking. So I'm trying to
That's it.
engage with you.
Yeah. Let's see what you talking about. You talking about meat though?
No, so there's certain freedoms that are given through Christ, but for Paul, like the things that he's able to do under the freedom through Christ, it could be damaging to one's conscience. So when he speaks to the Jews, he presents himself in a way in which they are able to receive him and receive the message that he's speaking. It's not him denying the Messiah or anything like oh, you know, the new covenant hasn't been issued in and pretending like that. It's just saying that I'm not going to do things that's going to be damaging to their conscience. So if they believe that eating pork is a sin, I'm not going to eat pork around them. And this is exactly what Paul.
That's your interpretation.
Well,
of the
that's what Paul says.
No, he's not. What he's saying in that verse, he didn't say that in the verse
You
at
can.
all.
Oh my
In
goodness.
1 Corinthians 9:20, that's not what he said. He said, "For the Jew I became a Jew, and for the ones that
What is that?
that follow the law, I
Oh my
became one
goodness.
that follow the law, even though I don't follow the law."
He didn't say even though I don't follow the law. Bro, why are you doing this?
I'm not one that
Is
a part of the law.
is under the law. What does that mean?
That he is not considered one that is going to be held accountable under the law.
No, that's not what that.
What else
Bruh.
would that mean?
So what it means to be under the law is to still like pretty much be binded to the Mosaic covenant even after the new covenant has been issued in.
Who says that?
Paul.
Where?
He says this in almost every single epistle, but in Galatians
So
and
he can
in Galatians and
Ephesians,
brother, in Galatians and Ephesians,
bro. Read the verse that we just. Let's read it. Let's read that second part of the verse.
I'm sorry, bro. Like I can't continue to have a conversation with you. So for anybody that's genuinely wondering, there's nothing that Paul is doing is like I'm gonna deceive them or anything like that, bro. He's just presenting the gospel and being a person in which they are able to receive and understand. Like if I'm trying to preach to Muslims or something, but the things that completely hinder their conscience of being able to receive any type of message is like me eating pork and listening to music and only having one wife or, you know, whatever they deem as immoral, right? They're not going to be able to hear my message, right? Because of these surface level things that is going to hinder them that they view as evil. So unto them, I could say, no, I'm not going to eat pork in front of them because it would damage my brother, right? And that's what Paul says.
So for them, you'd get out and get like 3 other wives? Is this what I'm hearing?
Nah, not me personally. I just wouldn't
Yeah.
wouldn't be married, man.
Alright, guys, can I speak?
Yeah, so is this King Sylv?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm Pedro. God bless you.
God bless you.
I have a question about John 17:3. Can I answer by using John? Wait a minute.
I can't hear you when you go off screen. Oh,
Um,
and because I can't see my YT chat, I don't even know if anybody told me, hey Elijah, you ain't post no link. I don't even know.
Okay, my bad. John 17:3. Can I use John 49 to answer this one? Like when Jesus said, "If you have seen me, you have seen the Father." Can I say, well, if the Father is the only true God, if you see Jesus, you have seen the Father? Meaning,
Hold
if
up.
you have seen.
Hold up, gang. Wait a second, man. Shout out to Saved by Grace with a $50 super chat. These Muslims so ignorant and don't realize they need to come to Jesus. They don't understand they have got their false book but try to interpret our scriptures. Yeah, my fault, I ain't post no link, but shout out to Save My Grace with the $50 super chat, bro. God bless. Alright, what was you saying though?
Yeah, I was saying about John 17:3, where Jesus say, the Father is the only true God. Can I use John not 14:9, where Jesus said, "If you have seen me, you have seen the Father," saying that if you have seen Jesus, you have seen the only true God.
I mean, you don't have to do that. You could just go to 1 John 5:20.
Yeah, what does it say, please?
It says that Jesus is the true God.
The only or just the true God?
There's only one true God.
Yeah, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Amen. Here you go, Pasta Elijah. Shout out to Answers for Christ for the $2 super chat. God bless. God bless. God bless. God bless. All right, let's get this link up and going. But it sounds like you're Christian. If you're a Christian, I'm gonna try to. Yeah, amen. But yeah, you could just go to 1 John 5:20, and yeah, that just ends all of that.
Okay. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you.
Someone in John's live earlier sent a super chat.
Well, that
And it was
was
like 4,000 NGL. And I was like, oh my gosh, this seemed like a lot. And I translated it to
MGL.
you NGL. Like,
Is that Nigerian currency?
I think so. And I didn't know
I
it
mean,
was. And
that's
I
the response.
translated it. Bro, it was like $2.
Yeah, pennies. I already know. Shout out to Answers for Christ. He only talks to you if you give him coins. How about you let me get my YouTube? Ooh, how about you let me get my chat running and then
cooked.
I'm cooked. Yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked. Everybody just come over to YT because the TikTok live is done. I can tell you that right now. 4K, not gonna lie. Hold up. Boom. Alright. My fault for being so unorganized. Please pin the YT link. I pinned it. Look, give me one good reason not to be Christian. If you got a reason, go ahead. Give me one good reason not to be Christian, bruh. Beautiful sky. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Is the link good? It didn't work.
Oh, I did not know I was joining.
Oh, okay. It's okay. God bless you.
Wait, I can stay. Are you atheist or a Christian?
Christian.
You're a Christian. Give me one good reason to not be a Christian. I mean, I literally I was just like swiping around, but I'm happy. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it. I don't know what kind of vibe the forum is.
Are you Christian?
No.
Okay. Well, why should I not be Christian?
I don't think that anyone should or shouldn't be Christian. I'm an atheist. I was a evangelical Christian for over 20 years, spoke in tongues, slain in the spirit. At the Bible from front to cover. Not that means anything. It's just to kind of give you some, a little bit of a picture.
What was your favorite book in the Bible?
Probably Psalms. I mean, it's like pretty chill and not so, poetic and sort of calming and easier to understand, or just even maybe not understand, but kind of, even if you have your own view of it, it's all very like quite chill and nice, as opposed to, I don't know, Job or even the first half of the Bible, pretty grim. He gives rules for how to keep slaves and stuff, which I don't think is very cool. And I think over time I just decided, like, it's not even like I actually came to it while I was trying to get closer to God. Read more as a grown-up, because I had been submerged in it when I was a kid, and you don't really have a choice. And then when I was a grown-up, I thought, well, I'm big now and I can.
What got you out of Christianity? Here, I'm gonna just go through these super chats before before they leave. Do you have a word for me today, Pasta? 1 Corinthians 13 verses 1 through 4. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but I do not have love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and I have all faith, but so as to remove mountains, but I have not love, I am nothing. If I give all away I have, and I deliver up my body to be burned, but do not have love, I gain nothing. And that's the word that's really been speaking to me today. And I was reading St. Cyril on that today. And then here's $10 more for Abe YouTube channel. Where's Abe? Here's $10 more for Abe's YouTube channel. Where's Abe? I don't know where Abe is. He said that he quit. So, but I'll make sure this $10 gets him. I got you. Don't even trip.
That $10 is not going to him at all.
I promise you that $10 is going to him. So yeah, what got you out of Christianity?
Hard to say one thing. I think it was a culmination of a life of, what was my life at that point, my whole life, mixed with just. I can start with this really simple thought I had when I was 5 years old, and because in my 5-year-old mind, all I could think was to go out and ask my Sunday school teachers. They were telling us about hell and how it's our job to sort of talk to people about winning lives over and getting people to heaven. And if they haven't heard the gospel, and you go to hell if you don't accept it, and all this. Mm-hmm. And I think my very first thought was when I was 5, and I thought, what if there's someone, a mom in my mind, this is what I came up with, like a really kind mom who was a really lovely person and did everything right, but didn't have God as her God, like the God I worship wasn't her God. Is she going to go to hell? And I was told yes. And I couldn't wrap my mind around it. And even though that never sat well with me. So I put that on the back burner for many, many years because I was only a very little girl. And I went on through my whole entire life in a Christian school and church and missionary and all these things, really seeking, really, and over time, it just sort of, the more I searched, the more I was unconvinced.
About what though? Like if I have a sickness, and like I'm a cool person, I have this sickness, and there's only this one thing that can cure me of my sickness, and I don't take that sickness, will I just remain sick?
That is just like a made up story that doesn't. Are you relating that? What are you relating?
How's that
to?
A made up story? Like people like Scientologists
yeah. No, it's just a story you're telling me, and I'm just wondering what dots are you connecting with this?
I'm saying that if God provides you a medicine in order to be saved, and you decide not to take the medicine, how does that reflect on God's character? Okay,
so you're saying like actively rejecting him or something like that. Yeah. So I think what came to me over time was like I said, I was on a search to find him on a deeper level and to get to know him more and to really get answers that I really felt like I had been searching for. And no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't get there. And I ended up in this place where I could no longer believe. And it wasn't a choice because I couldn't choose. I wanted to believe. I couldn't choose. And now that I'm sort of where I am, I can.
What was the evidence that went against Christianity for you?
So for me, it wasn't the evidence. It's not the evidence that goes against Christianity, because as an atheist, it's a complete lack of belief. So the evidence wouldn't be on an atheist. The evidence would be placed on.
What's the lack of like what would be evidence to prove Christianity true?
Well, Well, that would be for you to tell me. But what you can tell me the evidence. But instead of that, for me,
No,
just on
I'm
a
saying like
really
I'm saying like
okay,
for you, what was the thing that was like, I'm not saying that it's just one thing, but you came up with a
yeah.
hypothetical situation and
Not hypothetical situations. Situations like my friend's kid sort of dying of some sort of terminal disease, which I know it sounds extreme, and it is, and it was extreme, and her asking for prayer, and so sort of then that prayer not being answered, and then you've got people, and I'm guilty of it, praying for God for like a nice close parking place so I can run into the shop I need to get in and get out of, and getting that parking place. So what? God answered that prayer, but then God didn't answer the mom's prayer, but then God's going to answer one of the two team Super Bowl's prayers. It's all just, it all just became a bit nonsensical to me, and it all just became a bit
you think that a prayer,
random.
okay, so a prayer being answered is not and does not mean that it goes the way that you want it. That's not prayer and your prayer being answered. You can pray for something and be told no. That your prayer is
Right.
still being answered and it still doesn't go the way that you want it to go.
Oh,
So
100%. And with that train of thought, and I'm sorry to go to like a sort of dramatic place, but just because this is like a chat we're having. Let's say a mom, a parent, is praying for her very sick child to be healed, and her prayer doesn't go the way it would, like she wanted it to go. I came to a conclusion where if somebody is going to look me in the eye and tell me that mom's kid died because of the Lord's mysterious work and because some things happened for a reason, I couldn't there was no way I was going to, that to me, that equals emotional dishonesty. And it's not just because, and we can't explain it. So you have to try to explain it because it's inexplicable, and it's completely, quite frankly, disgusting. So instead of just coming to terms with the horrificness of the situation, you then have to go, you then have to go in and mentally, with gymnastics, fill in
how
the
does this
gaps.
prove this doesn't prove Christianity false at all? You're just saying that you don't like certain things about the world.
Well, the truth is there's no actual evidence that God exists.
There's
And
tons
so
of
I don't need
evidence
to
that God
prove
exists. Tons.
there's not.
Tons.
Okay, what's one?
I
Okay,
can
what's
I can
one?
look at almost any aspect of the world and then come to conclude that God exists.
Okay, but that's you coming to conclusion. That's not proof.
No,
And there's a
like I
big
could give
difference.
logical proofs for the existence of God using almost
Okay,
any
tell me one
aspect of the world.
thing. Just tell me one thing. One thing.
Change exists.
That's not proof of God.
Yeah. So from the fact
No.
that change exists, I agree. You could go to the fact that like you believe that everything that begins to exist has a cause. Like
That's not proof of God.
I'm asking you, like you understand that everything that begins to exist has a cause, right?
Has a cause, and by cause, do you mean meaning? Like, are you talking about cause and effect, or are you talking about cause in a meaning?
Cause and effect. So like if a ball
Yeah,
begins to
science.
be
Yeah.
cool, yeah. So exactly. Science says that everything that begins to exist, or it also shows everything that begins to exist has a cause. Science also
Well,
says
it doesn't begin to exist because you can't create or destroy energy, and so no, it doesn't begin to exist.
I'm not saying that you need to create or destroy energy. If I begin, or if a ball begins to roll, right, that had a beginning, right, which means that there was something that causes the ball to roll, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
everything that begins to exist in that fashion has a cause, right? According to science, the universe also began to exist, right?
We don't know that. No, and that's not according to anything. We don't know if the universe began to
How
exist
old
or has always existed.
how old is the universe?
We do not know.
You don't
Nobody
know.
knows.
So
How old
when you look it up, what does it say? Does it say we don't know?
it's billions of years old.
How would it be billions of years old? That sounds like you're putting a limit.
We don't know. We do not know.
Where'd you get billions of years old from?
When the universe exists? When the universe existed?
Yeah,
There's no way of knowing when the universe
Where'd you get billions of years from?
Well, it's at least billions of years old because we have no idea how old it is, and I'm okay with not knowing. And I think that's another thing I came to conclusions with.
So
From
you
being a
don't,
Christian for so long.
you never heard of like the Big Bang Theory or anything like that?
I've heard of the Big Bang Theory.
Oh, what does that state?
I do not know.
Okay, so
How old is it? You tell me.
the universe is about 13 billion years old.
Okay, like I said, I did say billions of years old, so that's pretty good.
Okay, so if we could get it down to a number of about 13 billion years old, they're able to conclude that based on the expansion rate of the universe, and it all goes back to like a singularity point. And from that singularity point, but they're saying that from that point, you're able to see the expansion rate of the universe, and then put a time. Shout out to Art Butler with the $5 super chat. God bless you. And I just saw an ant in my closet. Just letting you know. Hey, bro, chill. It's hold on, I'll read that after Nate. But yeah. So if everything that begins to exist has a cause, and the universe began to exist, and the universe has a cause. And whatever causes the universe has to be technically like outside the universe. And the universe, according to like Einstein's relativity, consists of time, space, and matter. So that means whatever causes the universe has to be timeless, spaceless, and immaterial.
Sorry, I'm just reading your comments. I'm seeing if people are, and I'm seeing where people are standing. I think talking about this is one thing, and I'm happy.
Well, I mean,
so somebody said
that's one argument from I can
is
look.
one argument, and that's totally cool. Somebody said I don't see where it is. Somebody had said we don't know defeats her argument. So as an atheist,
I don't want you to talk to the comments. I would rather you talk to me.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Can you repeat what you were like basically saying, and I'll.
Yeah. So that's a logical proof for the existence of God.
What is the length of time the universe has been
the fact
around?
that everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe begins to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause.
That still has nothing to do with God. You're just inserting God into a situation that there is no proof of.
No, we're saying that something had what do Christians mean by God? I'm saying that when Christians or theists in general talk about God, they are talking about a timeless, spaceless, immaterial being that created the universe.
Yes.
That's what they mean by God.
That's not. Yes, and I guess if that's where they ended it, then maybe that's okay. But then he comes in and he starts doing Old Testament stuff, which I take major issues with. And then he starts.
So now you're saying that you have a problem with specifically Christianity or the Old Testament, but now it sounds like you're out of atheism and now you're here in theism. So now you're trying to figure out which God is true. That's good. That's progress.
No, I think they're all roughly the same. So no, I'm not trying to figure out which one is true. I don't believe in any of them.
Well, you have to believe in one if you can't defeat that argument. So
I did defeat it in that you didn't actually bring an argument. You're just saying you're just saying that basically because we're here, a God has to exist. But that's a blanket statement.
No, I said that the fact that everything that begins to exist has a cause, and the universe began to exist, that means that the universe must have a cause. That's like when I say that the universe
began to exist.
Here, they have a rough
timeline.
Listen.
Well, no, I just want to let me land this one plane. They have a rough timeline of the age of the universe, but they actually do not know. And the truth is, the universe could have always existed, and that is something that is still on the table with these people who are also putting a timeline down of billions of years old. They don't know. It also could have just always been. They don't know, and that is the truth.
What does that have to do with your view?
Well, it's more towards your view. Like for me, I'm not sure. Well, okay, so from my view, it's that.
So how do you know that God doesn't exist if you haven't looked into any of the arguments? for the existence of God.
It's not that I don't know he doesn't exist. It's that I don't believe he exists based on the evidence that has come my way.
What evidence?
I've got no evidence.
You got no evidence?
I have zero evidence that a God exists.
Well, I just presented one argument. I could present another one if you want me to.
That's fine. No, but you're just saying because the world is a certain amount of years old, somebody must have created it. Something must have created it. You're stopping at the point that you're sure that it's a certain number of years old, whether that's whatever number of billions.
Well, you said that you believe in science.
Yeah, and I'm saying science does not know. And that's why I'm on the side of science. I don't know. I don't know how old the universe is. Science could be saying the universe is God. Science could be saying the universe is God because the universe has always been and creates everything and has never ever been. And I'm agnostic atheist. I'm claiming I don't acknowledge to know. I'm okay with not knowing.
The universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old. This consensus figure is based on data from the Planck satellite and the Atacama Cosmology telescope, which analyzed the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the cosmos, and applied the expansion rate to trace back to the Big Bang. It seems like science got this figured out.
Okay. Well, 13 point, but okay. Sure.
Sounds like they got it figured out.
Let's go with 13.8 billion years.
Let's go with that. Right.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not actually here to like be savage or even attempt to be, but if that's
the case, that means that it began at some time. It began 13.8 billion years ago.
And there's no proof as to
why.
You're saying God created it.
No one's talking about. No, I'm saying that if it began to exist, then there's a cause.
Well, you're trying to say there's a creator. You're also trying to say.
Well, I'm saying that the universe is an effect. This is an effect, a Big Bang, and the universe is the effect of something. So then it has a corresponding cause. Now, whatever causes the universe has to exist outside of the universe. The universe consists of time, space, and matter. So whatever causes the universe and exists outside of the universe has to be timeless, spaceless, and immaterial.
I just think you are fixated on the fact that because.
Oh no. Hello? Hello? Dang, we must have lost her. I'll take one more from TT, and then I'll go and I'll check to see. Bruh, I heard the internet been tripping. I was trying to watch the Laker game, and that stuff wouldn't go ahead, bruh. Go ahead, watch a clip back, man. But Nate was 100% right, bro. That was a lot more of a heart thing than anything. Like, it wouldn't have mattered what argument I presented. It wouldn't have mattered at all. Shout out to Michael Hiller with the $10 super chat. Guess I don't know God based on no strong evidence. I don't know Elijah. I can give you evidence. Yes, I don't know. Intensifies. Atheist intensifies. Precisely. Make sure I get this last guess before I move on, bro. I think. Okay, my stuff is tripping. Dang, everybody internet must be tripping. Alright. Let's go and see. Hopefully I got some. Chris D.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
Hey, you are far.
My sound tripping. Hold on.
Yeah, you sound very, very far. Because TikTok isn't a serious place for teaching. As I'm live, it's crazy.
My bad. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna change the sound output on my. You hear me any better?
I can hear you a little bit better. Yeah, you sound a little bit closer. Bruh, Light with Big John was awkward. Why? I thought they was doing good.
It was awkward.
That's what they said, man.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay. What's wrong with you?
It was awkward. Whoa.
Nigga, what's wrong with you?
Nah, it was low key a W live. I agree. Nah, Light with Big John was goated. I agree. I thought Light was cooking too. I seen Light pull out the Aramaic Bible. I said, what? When he start doing this?
I might have to start doing it, honestly. If I hear that whole like, oh, he's spit
Alright,
Aramaic thing.
hold on, wait. Jeff McPherson is bugging. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I could pull up what he just said, bro. Jeff McPherson said, "Nah, Light on Big John was awesome." Light on Big John was awesome. Crazy word, bro. That's crazy word. That's how you gonna be known from now on, bro. You was on Big John. Hey, bro, go ahead, bro.
Bro, this is a defamation.
Nah.
What the?
Shout out to Jeff McPherson, bro. I didn't know that's what Light was doing up there.
Shout out. What? Wait, what?
Happy Annunciation Day, man. I was just joining Eli already. Alright, see, I ain't even do all that, right? Light bless Big John with his presence. Big John still bless Light with his presence, bruh. That's what happened during the stream. Confirmed. That's all. Hey, bro, if the people say it, we got enough witnesses, bro. We got way too many witnesses.
All right, don't do that. Don't do that. What the hell?
We got too many. We got too many witnesses. Could have been phrased better. No, you ain't gotta take it back, bro. Juan, what's up?
Hi.
Oh
how
my
are you?
God.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. And you?
I'm good.
So, you were saying earlier that the universe is like all the matter and time and space that exists, right?
No, I didn't say all of that.
Well, okay. So it kind of sounded to me this way because you said like if that has a cause, then the cause has to be outside of space and time, and that's what you implied. I mean, what I will say to that is that there is one thing called the observable universe, which is like all the galaxies and matter that we can. Oh shit!
True. You can't say you can't. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but dang, that was like the best that your audio sounded too. Chris D.
Hey, bro, you can hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you a lot better now.
Okay, dope. So yeah, I was actually came up to talk about something else, but based on the last conversation, I just wanna, and I'm not a physicist, so I'm probably.
We don't have to. I don't normally run that argument anyway. We don't have to get into that at all. I figured that was just an easy enough argument for her to kind of comprehend one of the arguments for the existence of God.
Okay, cool. Because, yeah, I mean, even though there's a scientific consensus, there kind of isn't because a lot of people like our physics breaks down at the point of Big Bang, so we don't really know how to go past that. So when they say the universe is 13.9 billion years old, that's just when the expansion started. But yeah, we don't have to talk about all of that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so my question more so was, I've heard many times over Christians describe the Trinity as like three persons, one nature or one essence.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't really gotten like a clear definition on what nature or essence means in that context.
So nature is going to refer to the proper definition of a thing. Essence is going to refer to like, I guess you could just say like the essential properties, of a thing. Like,
So,
yeah.
so is all of the Father's essential properties, or what was the first way you described it? Necessary properties.
The
So
essential, the essential properties. So like the essential properties obviously are going to pertain to the nature, right? Like the proper definition of this thing. And yeah, the Father has the same essential properties as the Son.
so is so all of the proper definitions of the Father apply to the Son and the Holy Spirit as well?
In regards to the nature, so if you're that, because you're just placing proper definition in place of nature. So yeah, they have
Mm-hmm.
the same nature. Now, what it means to be the Father is like your pretty much your relation to the nature, pretty much.
And does that relation have to be identical for them to have the same nature or to have the same essence, I guess?
Identical to what?
So, like, does the Father have to have the same essential properties in regards to his nature as the Son and the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, they do. So like the proper definition of God is gonna be like all powerful, all knowing, like spaceless, timeless, like those things. All of those things that
Uh-huh.
pertain to the nature that like of what you're talking about when you're talking about God, the Father, Son, and
Mhm.
Spirit have the exact same, like the exact same.
So, is anything or I don't know if that even qualifies as metaphysical, but are any descriptive qualities like a part of that proper definition? Like, for example, like, because to me, when you say like nature is the proper definition of a thing, to me it sounds like, okay, well then Jesus's flesh would be a part of his proper definition because you can't properly define him unless you define the fact that he was a human and he had flesh.
Well, Jesus was a person before he took on flesh, but now you're talking about a person where humanity is going to be in reference to his nature. Now, in regards to the divine nature, Jesus is identical to the divine nature, but he's not like identical to the human nature. Like you could say that Jesus is God and God there be picking out a nature, but you wouldn't say that like Jesus is human, like he's identical with humanity.
I, I guess the problem I have with it is it kind of seems like, to me at least, like mental gymnastics to describe a thing in sense of nature, where like when we try to break down what nature means, there are some things that, like, because if I was describing the nature of man, like how would you describe the nature of man,
A
for example?
rational animal.
So that's it, that's the only definition you need.
Yeah, a rational animal.
So like to me a whale is a rational animal, but it's not a man.
A whale is not a rational animal.
How is it not? Or okay, let's use
So
chimpanzees as an
rational,
example.
they're not rational animals either. So rationality is going to refer to like the ability to grasp abstract concepts like logic,
That's
justice.
so that's abstract rationality. That's a little different
No,
in
that's
my
what's
book.
that's what's being like meant by rationality. So when I say that someone is a
So
rational animal, I'm saying that they have the ability to grasp abstract concepts like justice, for example.
got you. Okay. Because I kind of differentiate between abstract rationality and just rationality. So that's probably where the confusion is. All right. Cool, man. Yeah. All right. I think
Do you not
that's
have
all I
any
got
more
for now.
questions?
I think that's all I got for now. I mean, think about the stuff you said. I don't want to just blurt out stuff without
I mean,
properly absorbing.
yeah, I mean that's fine. So I mean, I'll just explain. So there is a distinction between nature and person. Um, so in regards to God, what God reveals through Scripture. I don't know if you're, if you believe in Scripture or not, but the Trinity isn't something that Christians like just came up with. It's something that's revealed in Scripture. So what God reveals is that He exists differently than we exist. Where we exist as having one nature and we are one person, God exists as having one nature and He is three person, and those persons, namely, are Father, Son, and Spirit. Now I could get into how we could distinguish between the persons and how they could be of the same essence yet distinct in their personhood without dividing the essence. Like, I could get into those things, but that is going to be the first thing that is important to understand. It's like there's a difference between nature and person.
I mean, I'm a materialist, so to me, nature is already a wishy-washy kind of term. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I definitely track. So I'll sleep on it and see
Okay.
what I think. I appreciate you, but
Yeah, God bless.
all right.
Juan, are you good?
Hi,
Hey.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's muffled though.
Okay. So, we were saying that, yeah, the universe may not be like all the matter that exists, right?
Yeah, I genuinely don't care to have that conversation. If you want, so the topic is like, give me one reason not to be Christian.
Right. No. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. No, I wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
Last time we were talking about the act and potency argument.
Okay.
So, can there be more than one different purely actual being?
No,
Why not?
because the way that you would distinguish between the two purely actual beings would be by the lack between them, but the purely actual being has no lack, so there would be not more than one.
Yeah, you mean the lack of a feature, right?
The lack of anything, there would be some potential that that could be actualized in the other, and how you can be able to, for them to be different in any respect. But there is no potential that is not actualized in the purely actual actualizer.
Yeah. Josh Beat has a book on existential inertia, and he responds to this argument. You know what he says is that maybe let's imagine two purely actual beings, one being one and being two. So it could be that being one has a feature X that being two doesn't have, but it wasn't the case that being two even had the potential to even have that feature, right? There are features that you don't even have the potential to have, because it's not true that every being has all infinite potentials of all logically possible things. So if being one just has a feature, being two could also be a purely actual being. It simply never even had the potential to have that feature. Just like we don't have the potential to be made entirely out of gold, for example. That's
Yeah,
the example that he gives.
that sounds like a misunderstanding of what it means to be purely actual.
Why do you say that?
Because you're saying that, oh, this thing just couldn't have been different, like how, like, say for instance, I don't have the potential to be God. That doesn't mean that I'm lacking of something. Just because I don't have that potential doesn't mean I then am lacking said thing.
Right.
So when you're saying that, oh, this being B lacks this property, you're imposing a lack, which is imposing potential, because it could be different. In some possible world, it could have that property, which is, that's just going to impose some potential on that being, so it's not purely actual.
Yeah, but maybe it was not the case that this being could have had this feature in another possible world. Maybe his essence forbids it, right?
Then he's just he's limited in some respect. Like there's no logical reason as to why this being doesn't have that property, unless there's some limitation imposed upon it. And if it is, then it's not the purely actual being. Like,
well, yeah, I don't see how purely actual is the same as unlimited or having infinite, properties or features. Let me give you an example. I don't know. For example, this is a red Christmas hat, right? So this red Christmas hat, does it have the potential to be blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can paint it blue, but then it doesn't, then it's not a Christmas hat anymore. You know what I mean? It's like,
No, it's still a
its
Christmas
essence,
hat.
because it's a Christmas hat, its essence is to be red in a way.
No,
So if,
there's blue Christmas hats. It still
okay,
be a Christmas
yeah,
hat.
yeah, no, okay. Let's, for the sake of the argument, let's imagine that one thing only counts as a Christmas hat if it's red, right? Let's imagine that red is part of the definition.
Okay.
Right? Like maybe a red rose, maybe there's a species called a red rose, and being red is part of the definition, right?
Okay.
So if red is being part of its essence, right? Then you could say, yeah, I mean, it could have been blue, but at that point, you're not talking about the same thing, right? It will become another thing. So it's not proper to say, okay, this thing had the potential to be X, because the word thing there will pick up on the redness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the thing that you're talking about would be the purely actual being which lacks nothing. So shout out to you.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so this thing lacks nothing. So if you're saying that being B lacks something that being A has, then you just wouldn't be talking about the purely actual being.
wait, hold on. Doesn't God lack like cruelty, for example? I mean, stop. I mean, God does lack.
No, cruelty isn't like it's not a property in which is a substance. That's a relation to a thing. So say for instance, if God like evil is the privation of a good, cruelty is going to be an evil action, deprived of something, deprived of goodness or justice or whatever that may be, those things which God has. So it's not that human beings have this like extra property that God created that he himself doesn't possess, but they denied themselves of the love and goodness that they're supposed to participate in.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I mean, I'm not sure evil is the lack of goodness. Because I mean, I think like a pen doesn't have moral goodness, but it doesn't mean the pen is evil, right? I mean,
No,
I'm
it's
not
not.
sure.
It's not just about. Well, it's not just about moral goodness. So like the good is either going to be like that which is perfective of one's nature, or it's going to be synonymous with being under the aspect of desirability. So
Yeah.
there's an axiom, especially within like Aristotelian metaphysics, which is going to be that the good is self-diffusive. Like, so the good has to be able to be participated in some manner, and that good is going to be perfective either to bring about one's end. No matter how you really look at goodness, is going to be self-diffusive, whether it's bringing about some end or utilitarianism or whatever the case may be. It's going to be able to be participated in. That's not always moral goodness, but being perfective of one's nature.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's Aristotle's definition, like to be consistent with its own nature. But I don't think I agree with that definition, because it's like that's not what the word good means. Simply like if good is to be consistent with one's nature, then okay, then what does the word consistent means, right? I mean, it doesn't feel like that the word really means that. But the way about desirability, like for objects are not morally good or something.
I mean, if your pen didn't work, is it a good pen?
Yeah, that's right. It's good for me, or it's because it has a purpose for me.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
If it cannot fulfill its purpose, then yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. If it doesn't work, is it a good pen?
Yeah, no, it's a bad pen. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not living or behaving according to its nature, because the pen is supposed to be able to write.
Yeah, but let me give you an example. When we say, for example, guns are bad, right? We speak about objects and we say that they are bad. It's not because they are inconsistent with their own nature, right? Guns are consistent with their own nature, but they do bad things. For example, we mean that the effects are bad, right? That they're bad for us, for example. And it's not that, they are consistent with their own nature, with their own gun nature.
I mean, yeah, but when you're talking about like, morals and things like that, it obviously gets into the weeds. But when you're talking about like cruelty and evil and things like that. Like when you say that your pen is bad, right? It's not that it's doing some moral action. It's that there's a privation of what it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be this writing tool, and it cannot do that. So for God, right, there's not going to be this property of cruelty, like how a pen doesn't have this like property that it in itself possesses of not being able to write. That's the negation of its proper nature, right? Of being able to write. When you deprive the pen of that, then, you know, it's just that. It's not a property of the pen itself. So, yeah.
So I just have a question. What is stopping me from defining goodness as the absence of evil? Because it seems like it's arbitrary. I don't see what is the asymmetry there.
Well, because the way in which we're defining goodness, not just Christians, but I mean, like tons of philosophers, is going to be existence being under the aspect of desirability. So you're saying like if I just say that goodness is not existence, that's
no. I mean,
you're saying that it's
undesirability, for example.
Of undesired. So you're presupposing being, and you're presupposing a thing to be desired. So like you're actually talking about something.
I mean, like just when you say evil is the absence of good, I would say no. Good is the absence of evil, for example. You know, I don't.
Yeah, but then you're still defining good as this thing that does exist, which means that it has like some substance, and that which orients the soul towards it, or like, you know, it's desirable is what I mean by orients the soul towards it. So like you're talking about this thing that is an object because it orients the soul towards it. It's desirable and it actually exists. And I don't know what your definition for evil is. But that's the reason as to why for evil, we're negating these things. We're saying that, okay, it's not something that's actually desirable or perfectible one's nature, and it's not a substance. It's not an existence. So that's why we're able to say that evil is just a privation. We're not presupposing a substance to this thing that is desirable or anything like that.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm a nominalist, so I don't think goodness is a substance either, right? I mean, they're both abstractions in a way. But, you know, I think, like, for example, if you look at the word cruelty, I think it refers to it's not just the absence of something, it's a real disposition that it means that you like to cause suffering on others. It's like a real, property or tendency that one can have. It's like it can be seen as a feature. Cruelty is not just the absence of something.
No, they're acting out these actions that are devoid of sense, right? So when I say that someone is crazy, it's that like they've lost their mind, right? It's not that they've gained some property, it's that they've lost their reason to behave in a manner in which they are supposed to. So when I look at a serial killer, I don't think that he gained some property that I just don't have. It's that he lost the ability to feel. He lost the ability to reason, to value the things that are supposed to be valued. And in losing these things, he now acts out these evil actions, right? But these are all deprivations of things that are good, that are actually existent.
Okay. So just that's fine for today. So just let me ask you something else. What other arguments for God do you like philosophical, like the contingency argument, like for the next time, the contingency argument or the moral ontological argument or something like that?
I mean, I really like the argument for motion, and I like the Ente argument as well. Those are the two arguments that I would personally run.
What was the second one?
De Ente et Essentia.
What is that? I don't
know. It's like Thomas Aquinas, but a lot of like philosophers have been talking about it. Like, it's of essence and existence.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, man.
All right. God bless you, man. I'm glad to see that you're doing well, man. God bless.
Okay, thank you. You too. Bye.
You see exactly why I want to have him on.
Nah, you just gotta lock in a little bit, man. Like it's cool. You just You just lock
That's
in.
something I was not willing to do.
Nah, bro.
Malik was asking, what's your really good evidence, or what's something that you could say that supports the resurrection or the death and resurrection of Jesus?
But if Jesus ain't rise, will he make chains? It's cool. No, bro. Like, come on, bro. As a matter of fact, Light been reading a book. He might be able to help you with that, Malik. Dom. Oh, this Dom. What's up, Dom?
That's not.
That's not
Yeah, what's
Dom.
up, bro?
Oh, what's up?
How you doing, brother?
I'm chilling,
Yeah, I'm
bro.
up here. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
All right, that's what's up. You study history at all?
Yeah.
I'm good. You study history at all?
Yeah, I say yeah. If I got a super chat in that part in that section, I'm
Okay.
so sorry, bro. And I think you have a crazy lag, bro.
Who, me?
Say one when you hear this.
One.
Yeah, that's about like 5 seconds at least. 3.
God damn.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll be quick then. I was just trying to see. I mean, 'cause I study East App.
Dang, bro. Iraq got you, bro. Iraq got you, gang. You breaking up
Oh
and
no, you could
everything.
talk to that at all.
Yeah. Hey, yo, can y'all like the live? And also, if you over here on YT, subscribe. If you over here on TikTok, follow. But most importantly, like the live, leave a comment, give me a thumbs up if you guys are enjoying the live so far. Just give me a thumbs up so I could gauge. I'm trying to figure out why you guys watch me. I'm trying to figure out like what is it that is appealing to you guys where you're like, let's go watch Elijah. I don't really know what it is. Dr. Delicate Touch, I appreciate you. He was the first person in here. But give me a thumbs up if you are enjoying a live. Ethio girl, I ain't asked for hearts around the face, but shout out to you. I'm gonna take that as that. That means that you like the live. Appreciate you, Jasmine. Cool. Elijah, can you let Elijah know my question? I watch you because you're the GOAT. Stop. Oh my days, bro. I'm here because I'm here. Type. Yeah, subscribe. Even though he ignores us over here. And I'm so glad I seen that Hamwater. Hold on, wait, is Hamwater a mod? I think Hamwater a mod. Because we had to get Hamwater up out of here. You must be East African. Nah, he is though. He is East African. He's from Somalia. That's cool that you was able to see that.
Watch out.
That's tight that you was able to see that, bro. Yeah, he from. Hello.
You got 2 guests on
Yo,
your.
what's up, host?
What's up?
Yeah, I came here first, so I'm not sure who
Yeah,
the other person is.
Yeah, I think I pulled him up on accident.
Do you mind if I ask Light a question real quick?
I mean, sure.
Yeah, Light.
Me?
I keep requesting
Hey,
up your panel.
this ain't my live.
I know, but when I request up your
When
panel,
it's my live, you might want to come back.
you make up an excuse and drop me.
Hey man, I tell you what.
I talked to you once.
Why you
Hey,
running
I
from
tell
me
you
that
what,
much,
bro. Light got mob power. If he drop you here, I can't bring him back. I can't bring you back up. You sure you wanna? You sure you wanna continue talking to Light? Because if Light drop you, then you just
I'll talk
done.
to you, host, because I don't talk to people who are scared.
Hey man, then go ahead, just get to talking to me, then, bro.
Yeah. So one good reason to not be a Christian is the amount of historical inaccuracies in the Bible. So many of them.
Like what?
We have a historical inaccuracy in Exodus where there are 600,000 Israelite men who are marching out of Egypt. And that would place the Israelite population at nearly 2 million people. We know this is impossible because, one, the ancient Egyptian civilization, which has been around for much longer than the Israelite population, is numbered to be around 2 to 3 million. So there cannot be nearly as many Hebrew Israelites who are not recorded in ancient Egyptian history except for one tablet So it shows that there weren't many Israelites in Egypt, and it shows that there cannot be a slave population that's nearly equal to the ancient Egyptian civilization.
Why?
And we also, why?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because we know that the Canaanite population itself was numbered in totality, right, including ancient Israelites and Canaanites people and pagans, right? It numbered to be in the hundreds of thousands. It wasn't even near millions.
No,
So that's a historical inaccuracy.
why can't the slave, because like in America the slaves were outnumbering the white population.
Because Egypt was a settlement for the Egyptians for thousands of years. It's not a colonial settlement. It's a hub. It's a hub for civilization. So
I don't
it
think
would be.
that. Yeah, I think that your
It
argument's.
also wouldn't make sense
I
for
think that your
Egyptians to be
argument's
able to
failing right
control
now.
a slave population equal to them in number. That wouldn't make any sense.
Why not? People did that all the time.
No, it wouldn't be possible in ancient Egyptian terms.
Why? Who says who?
It's never been recorded in history where a ancient civilization had the same number of slaves. There were always usually a minority, because back then there wasn't a technological advantage that the civilization would have had. By the way, it doesn't even matter, because we know that the Israelite settlements never numbered more than what would be able to sustain millions of Israelites. We know that's not the case. There would have been 50,000 people in ancient Israel, in Jerusalem at most.
Where are you getting these numbers from?
So there's many numbers. So there's Stark, he and there's a biblical
Tony Stark?
there's an Israeli professor as well who gives a number using a he basically does a review of our settlements.
Bro, why aren't my super chats popping up? Hold on, wait. Let me Nate D. Meyer said, I enjoy it because you break down the difficult topics and help simplify things for a newer believer. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then Christ is Life said before it goes away. Oh yeah, Eli, I forgot. I asked John if he collabed with you. He said, yeah, reach out to him, and then it just vanished. All right. I have to go through our mutual friend Jordan. If I'm gonna reach out to him. Oh, that's why. That's precisely why. I see why it's gone. Okay, what does this have to do with Christianity?
It's in the Bible, and it's false. The Bible is the only one that
No,
claims
you
that there were.
haven't proved that it was false. You just said that this dude says it just cause. Like you haven't.
What do you mean just cause? No, he did a study where he examined numerous settlements and he used the unit rate of 250 people per hectare, and then it never numbered.
Where did he get 250 from?
Because that's the number which a civilization could sustain reasonably.
You said he started
Per
multiplying
hectare.
from 250 people.
Yeah, 250 people per hectare. 250 times 250, you get 50,000.
What does that have to do with anything, bro?
What do you mean?
What does that have to do with anything? Like the Israelites
we know historically ancient Israelites couldn't have been in the millions. That's a fact.
From who?
From a historical consensus.
You haven't proven anything, bro.
What do you mean I haven't proven anything? Can you give me one scholar that says ancient Israelites were numbered in the millions?
Why would I need to do that?
Because it's a crazy statement to make when we know that ancient Egyptians weren't even were barely 2 million people. How can ancient Israelites be as nearly as much as them? And no Egyptian historical records except for one tablet talks about them. Would it make sense for
Talks about who?
civilization? Would it make sense for a civilization that records everything in detail to not record the nearly equal population of Israelites?
No, because Egypt is quite literally known for not recording their losses.
No, but I'm talking about a population that is equal to them in number living in the same land. That doesn't make any sense.
It says something like that in the Bible. So there's a record that talks about it.
Yeah, the Bible is not an Egyptian source.
Why would it need to be an Egyptian source?
Because they're living in Egyptian land. We would expect ancient Egyptian records to write about the nearly equal population of Israelites. When
Why would we expect that?
Because what do you mean? Why would we expect that?
Why would we expect that? Why would that be an expectation?
Because Egypt was known for keeping records about its demographics.
Like when?
Like when? What do you mean? Egypt talks about expeditions to Somalia, on the land
expeditions. You're talking about conquest.
So it's reasonable for you, for an ancient Egyptian civilization, to not record a population living in the same land that is equal to them in number.
Yeah, why would
it's reasonable? It's reasonable to you?
Yes.
So
that's like I live in a place where there's a huge population, overwhelming population of Mexicans, and in my text messages I don't be talking about Mexicans.
Okay,
but you like, bro, if it's so many Mexicans, why wouldn't he be talking about Mexicans? Like, why would you be expecting me to talk about Mexicans?
This is aside from the consensus of scholars that ancient Israelites couldn't have numbered in the millions, and that there were
why couldn't they have? They got the same private parts as the Egyptians. Why couldn't they be using their stuff?
Because there weren't that many settlements.
But all right, so in one of the writings that we get from either this time period or after that is recording from the Israelites' perspective, is that one of the reasons as to why that they were subjugated was because that they were multiplying so much.
That doesn't mean that they were nearly equal in number.
Why not?
Why would it mean that?
Why wouldn't it?
Okay, so you're telling me a civilization. One second. By the way, don't the Israelite people come from Abraham? Let's get this straight. Right? Don't
they come from Adam.
They come from Abraham. Everyone comes from Adam. I'm talking about don't the Hebrew people descend from Abraham?
They descend from Abraham.
Abraham comes around 2000 BCE, correct?
I think he's before that.
No, he comes around 2000 BCE. That's biblical scholars agree on this.
But like, I don't know what biblical scholars you're citing.
A civilization that's been around, and not just from one person, a civilization, a group of people that's been around from 4000 to 5000 BCE would not number would number as much as the descendants of Abraham that comes 2000 BCE. Does that make sense?
So
you're telling me one man can birth a nation in 1000 years to number the number of Egyptians.
Hey, bro, do you know your great grandma?
Yeah.
Do you know your great grandma?
No.
Okay. Do you know people who do know their great grandma?
No.
You know? Oh, you don't? You ain't ever seen them videos where it go mom, or it go daughter, mom, grandma, great grandma, and great? Because they was all having kids at like 15 years old.
I don't think there's ever been a case where a great grandma has been alive at the same time. Unless it's some sort of extra.
They was all, case. But they Sola say he knew his great, but like they was all having kids at like
unless
15 years old.
Birthing when they were teens, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen that though.
I'm saying that happens today.
Okay, so what? What does that have to do with the topic?
Some people multiply quicker than others, bro.
No, but you don't understand. I'm saying a civilization that's existed from 5000 BCE. I'm talking about multiple people. Imagine you have multiple families, right? Would they have more kids in the long run than one man and one woman?
Would they multiple? Yeah.
Yeah.
Presumably. Not necessarily, brother. No, not necessarily. Like, for example, my parents had 2 kids, right? Light's parents had like 3 kids or whatever the case may be. My friend Cam's parents had a couple kids. And then I got Billy down the block whose dad had 26 kids. Like, just because there was one don't mean that, they can't have more kids, bro. Like, there's some people who just do have more kids.
That's not, you don't understand. I'm talking about a collection of families. Imagine having 1,000 families in Egypt in 5000 BCE. Imagine 1,000 families. Now imagine after 3,000 years, Abraham is born, and they've been having kids all this time. These 1,000 families have been having kids all this time. Abraham, he makes a promise with God, and you're telling me in 1,000 years, in 1,000 BCE, around the time of Ramses II, or 1400 BCE, the number of Jews numbered the number of Egyptians? Are you crazy?
No.
Show me mathematically how you can come to that conclusion.
If one, Egypt had like plagues and famines going on. For one,
That happened in the time of Moses, not the time of Abraham or 5,000 BCE.
it happened before Moses.
That happened in the time of Moses. No, that comes later.
Remember, I don't know if you remember the story of Joseph, right? There was a famine that struck the land and a lot of people died.
Yeah, that wasn't a plague. Yeah.
No, that was before the plagues. That was
By the way, there's no such thing as a famine killed a huge number of Egyptians though.
There's no such thing.
Joseph stops that, by the way. You know that, right? Joseph stops that from
happening. No such thing.
He literally collects he tells them to collect out of 7, he collects 3 or something, right?
Yeah.
He collects them in the stock. Yeah, so he actually stops the famine from killing the Egyptians.
People were still dying. Like his family was in a surrounding land of Egypt that would still be considered Egypt today, and they were dying off.
Yeah, by the way, that doesn't disprove my point, because we already know the ancient Israelites didn't number that much historically. Can you find me one source? I just told you the number of settlements in ancient Israel.
I'm giving you a source that says that the reason as to why Egypt attacked was because they were about to outnumber them.
No, it was because they were multiplying so fast that they can become troublesome for them.
No, that they were about to outnumber them. I have a source that says that the reason why Egypt attacked is because they were multiplying.
Show me where it says they were about to outnumber them.
The reason as to why Egypt subjugates Israel is because of their fast multiplication, and you want me to believe that it's not possible.
All right, so show me.
Show you what?
It says that they're gonna outnumber them. That's why they enslaved them. It says they were multiplying, they were having a lot of kids. It doesn't say they were about to be as much as them. That's impossible. I love how you're contradicting every historical scholar, by the way, because no way did
bro, you said no, Tony Stark said that it's impossible. I don't know who that is.
Stark?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I can give you the full source.
Hold on. Dang. Hold up. You see my screen? You see my screen. But the people of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. Now there arose a new king over Egypt who did not know Joseph, and he said to his people, behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us.
Yeah, too many. That doesn't mean that outnumber them. It just means I could, for example, say 10%.
Get out of here, bro! I can't stand people when they just be disingenuous, bro. Like, come on, bro! I pulled the source, gang. You asked me. You said, "Show me where it says that they was too." Go there. Go. If I got, hold on, wait. If it's me and my homies, it's 4 of my homies, and then I see 2 people come on, I'm gonna be like, hey, if we gotta fight them, it's too many of them. No, only reason why it's too many of them is because it's more than us. That's the only reason why it's too many. Hey, bro, it's way too many of them. Like, come on, bro. This call it a king or nuh-uh. Hey, man. Like, bro, come on. It is not that difficult. That was funny. Free nods.
It's nudes, abbreviation for noodles.
Yeah. I tried to give you an out, bro. I tried to give you an out, gang. It was cool. Elijah, give me one good reason to be black. Look at me. That's about 10 good reasons right there. Look at me. Akeem. Akeem going once, going twice, gone. How many points did Bronny? Hey, can somebody look up how many points Bronny had today? 10 reasons is pushing it. Are you right? Nine and a half. 9.5 for sure. No, I'm just cool 7 though. Cool 7. Smooth 7 good reasons. 6. Oh, Bronny had 6. Bronny had 6. Go ahead, Bronny. Gotta love Bronny. I don't know how to say your name, gang. Hello. Okay. I'm making sure that y'all can see when people send. You feel me? Shout out to Nate D. Meyer for the $2 super chat, though. God bless. All right, let me see. Oh, wait, let me make sure ain't nobody over here. Oh, people is over here. Light Yaki. Oof. Hello? Light? Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, wait, Light?
Okay. Yeah,
What?
am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I just wanted to ask you about like Christian ethics. So basically, specifically, I was talking to somebody about divine command theory, right? And I've heard you speak about this before.
Wait, who were you
That in
talking
your
to?
view of
Were you talking to Nick?
no, it was somebody else. But
Okay.
no, this was in a PNR debate, or this modern day debate actually. But
Okay.
basically, you said as a Christian, your view on ethics, or specifically what would be morally good, would be God's nature, right?
Yeah.
And
Sure.
when you were asked for something external of God to define good, just so it's not circular, right? You had said it was something that was desirable or perfectible to somebody's nature or something of that nature.
The aspect of being that is desirable. Goodness is synonymous with being, but it's the aspect of being that is desirable.
Desirable to whom in this context? Like to
that which ought to be desired. So it's pretty much going to be that which aligns with God and His nature and His will. So, like for example, like substances, like jurorine. You know what I'm talking about?
What substance? I don't know what that is.
Like jurorine, but instead of jurorine, it's pronounced with an H. Fent.
No, I don't know.
Like substances like fent, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
All right, so substances like fent may be desirable, but that doesn't make it good, right? So when we're talking about desirable, we're saying like that which obviously is ought to be desired, which is going to align with that which is truly good, or perfective of one's nature.
Okay. Perfectible of one's nature. Yeah, because I was basically the person I was talking to, they were telling me like, okay, so if good is ultimately going to be God's nature, right? And good for a human, we would try to derive or understand God's nature from like what He commands us or whatever the case might be. But actually, good is God's nature, and so that could be kind of seen as circular because we still have to get to what good would be, right? Like, and I guess I kind of see what you're saying, but like, what would our nature be, right? If it's perfectible of somebody's nature, what would you say our nature is as humans?
Like our rationality and our soul and our body.
Okay, so perfectible of our nature. To perfect our nature would be to what? Perfect our rationality or
our soul, yeah. So that your higher reason pretty much commands. Your higher reason is in line with God and it commands your lower reason.
Okay. And Yeah, you were referencing, what was it, Saint, what's his name? Somebody who wrote about this topic?
Yeah, not Benedict, Bonaventure.
Yeah. Damn, I
Yeah.
was just looking at this. I forgot his name.
Um.
What?
Yeah. Dang, what work is that? Uh, um. Let me look up.
Yeah, because basically, like, what they were saying was, even though we can say that good is God's nature, and they were an atheist, even if we can say that good is God's nature, we obviously wouldn't say that God would enact, for instance, like immense cruelty on random people for no reason. Now, we might not understand the reason, but if there's genuinely no benefit to it, we'd probably agree that God wouldn't do those sorts of things. And I'm not trying to walk you into any like
You
Old
can.
Testament argument or anything
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Nah.
But it's just to say that there is something more to actually understand about God's nature and what that would entail for us to actually understand what good is.
Dang, I can't remember the exact work, but there's a paper on Bonaventure's Metaphysics of the Good. I can't remember the paper. I think I have it on my laptop, and I don't have my laptop with me right now. I wanna find it, but yeah, you can look up like just Bonaventure. He has a work. Bonaventure's founder, what's the name? The Mystic of God's Goodness. Saint Bonaventure. Where he talks about it, but the work that I was specifically looking at, I can't remember. I'd have to go on my laptop and find it. I just can't remember the name.
It's not a topic I looked at much, but it's just to like, because if we could agree that God wouldn't, for instance, command me to rape a baby. Oh shit, I can't say that on TikTok, can I? My bad. But no, I was gonna say if for instance we can say that, we can say that there's a further explanation than just God's nature, like being a sufficient definition if we're looking for a definition of good, right?
But you're saying
Because
that God is ontologically good. Yeah, please. You're saying that God is like ontologically good, or what goodness is. So if goodness is being, it is existence, right? It's just how we understand this existence under the aspect of desirability. God is that which is purely existent. So God's ontology, like what he is going to be goodness itself. And all things are rightfully oriented towards him. So let's save this. I think this is my argument for motion. I'm looking up this thing though. I'll see if I can find it. I had to delete a lot. Thank you so much, baby.
You're welcome.
Nah, I appreciate you. Oh wait, yeah, no, it can. That's what I was just reading, and I think it mentions, so in that file. So if you look up yeah, so this is what my homie just sent, but we was already So if you come here to Bonaventure's Metaphysics of the Good, in his first couple of chapters here, like he'll talk about Saint Bonaventure's view. But the work that I was reading on his goodness, bro, I unmuted you. What are you talking about? I won't let you speak.
What?
Oh, no, you're not unmuted.
No, I accidentally clicked back.
Okay,
When I
okay.
went back, I was muted again.
Having all of these PDFs is not for the weak. Yeah, I'd have to find the the document. But yeah, you can read this document though. On Saint Bonaventure's like Metaphysics of the Good.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah.
I have to call out because I have to. Well, my time limit here, but
Yeah, no, you're chilling.
all right.
Dang, I should have had that handy. And I was just telling Cameron, I was like, I hate when I gotta look up sources and I don't have them handy when somebody asks. But I had read that a while ago, and I can't remember what it was called. Hello?
Is it okay if I ask a question really quick or no?
Yeah, what's up?
I know you said you didn't really want to hear from me until I sent 3 super chats.
You're lying, bro. Hey, yo.
I was just wondering, which book in the Bible is your favorite, aside from the Gospels?
Aside from the Gospels, so growing up, Proverbs was always my favorite. I love the book of Proverbs. It might still be Proverbs because the first couple of chapters of Proverbs, it's like a father speaking to his son, telling him how to be wise. I love it. I love the wisdom books though, like so Proverbs, the book of Job. I never look at Psalms, like it's so long. I love the book of Job. Like and then obviously like Hosea and Habakkuk. Bruh, like it doesn't get any better than that. No, I do actually really love Hosea. I do love the book of Hosea.
My favorite probably Obadiah, to be honest with you.
Obadiah tough, short, right, but packs a big punch, right? Just a quick message. No, but in all seriousness, I do love the book of Jonah. I had felt like Jonah in college. I genuinely felt like Jonah, bro, and I was like, dang, like God is calling me to this, and I'm genuinely just running away from it. And the more that you go into Jonah, the more beautiful it becomes. Like I do love the book of Jonah. But I feel like it's probably bad that I don't have as many New Testament books in there, huh? Aside from the Gospels, though, I like Galatians. First Corinthians and Ephesians. But then they're gonna say I'm worshiping Paul. It's a lose-lose. Yeah, I can't really say nothing.
That is a lot of Paul.
That's a lot of Paul. What work was this? This is disgusting. All right. Free nudes. What's up?
Okay, bro. What the hell?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Hey, can you give me a second? I gotta connect my Bluetooth. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
How many current beliefs do you hold that are established using special pleading?
I'm not aware of any.
What do you normally reject beliefs based on special pleading?
Do I normally reject beliefs based on special pleading? I mean, I don't necessarily get presented with a lot, but what do you feel like I have beliefs that are based in special pleading?
I believe that the Trinity doctrine as a whole is special pleading.
My days. Wait, where's Cam?
I can't hear him at all.
Oh. Here, I got you.
So I just kind of been trying to piece together the
Don't even
conversation.
trip, bro. Don't even trip, gang. You ain't gotta explain yourself. I got you.
Oh, my fault.
You feel like the Trinity. He said he feels like the Trinity doctrine as a whole is special pleading.
What does that even mean, bro?
Yeah, can you give me one example where it overlaps in any other area outside of the Trinity and it applies?
Or what applies?
The specialized metaphysical system used to create the logical coherence of the Trinity.
That was the least coherent sentence
outside of the Trinity. Outside of the Trinity, it is outside of the Trinity. Where does the specialized metaphysical system apply? Is it universal?
Yeah.
Or does it only apply to the Trinity?
Yeah, it's universal.
So the application of essence is universal. So we count all beings that share an essence as one.
That share an essence the same way that the persons of the Trinity do, yeah.
Oh, wait, so it's not universal. So it is specialized. It's unique to the Trinity?
No, it's not. I just said that if the principle that we're laying out is that things are counted the same way as they're counted in the Trinity, when the relation to the essence is the same as it is with the Trinity. It's just what the principle is. Obviously, if the relation to the
and
essence
outside of the
different,
Trinity, where is the essence the same?
Where's the essence
outside of the Trinity? Where does that apply outside of the Trinity?
Like
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you saying like when do we count one essence?
Yeah. Yep. Outside of the Trinity, where do we count one essence as one being?
You?
Every case? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Give me an example. I would like you to be specific in your example, please.
Like, you have one essence, you're one being? Like, I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, right? Like
you gotta be more specific. I'm guessing that's not what you're asking.
I'm also one person.
Oh wait, can you hear me still? Hello?
Yeah, I can still hear you. You said you're also one person? What does that have to? What does that have to?
Three persons is one
that's
being.
Not what you asked just now, though?
Yeah.
Apply based on essence.
What? Say it again.
So I'm one person, so I'm not the same as the Trinity, so it's not analogous. Would you agree?
Do you see how that's not what you asked, though?
Is it analogous? Yes or no?
What did you ask before this? What did you ask to prompt us to say that?
Where does the doctrine of the Trinity apply outside of the Trinity?
What
so
does
the
that
doctrine
mean?
of the Trinity establishes that one essence can be broken up into three persons, and that be one being.
Pause, please. You said, where does the doctrine of the Trinity apply outside of the Trinity? What does that mean?
Actually, no, what I said was the specialized metaphysical system. Where does that apply outside of the Trinity?
I mean about 15 seconds ago. You said
that's
what I just
that's
said.
the metaphysical system that is used. The doctrine of the Trinity.
Hey, Nudes.
That's what you said. Why are you asking?
You're not doing it. You're not doing good right now. I need you to lock in, buddy. Right now, you're getting pieced up. I need you to lock in.
I'm not even trying to.
According to who?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Like, I want to help you. I don't know what you're saying.
So I'm getting pieced up, and you don't even understand what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness, he's not even listening. Oh my gosh, bro, dude, maybe just one more time. Just ask clearly what you would like for us to provide. Is there a delay?
No.
Overlap. I want you to show where the logical state so the Trinity is logical based on what system?
Can you just take a second, bro, please? Because it sounds like you're trying to piece together what you want to say in your head as you're saying it, instead of just piecing it together first.
I have to rephrase it because I've already said it 3 times, and you said you don't understand. So you're either playing dumb or you are dumb.
Oh my goodness!
It was coherent the first time, and the second and the third time I said it. You're just too dumb to understand what is being told to you.
No, you're not saying coherent things. That's the issue right now. So I need you to just take a second and then tell us what you want.
Can you quote what I said?
When? Which time? I just quoted you one time and you acted like it was a foreign concept.
Anything that you declare to be incoherent, can you quote it?
Anything that I declare to be incoherent? Yeah, you said
Yeah, can you quote it?
You said where does the doctrine of the Trinity apply outside of the Trinity? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, making it universal and not specialized.
What does that mean?
What is the doctrine?
Do you see how when
Jesus
I say
Christ.
what does that mean, you just go silent? Like you can't hear me anymore?
So the doctrine of the Trinity.
If I say something to
so
you,
you
say,
do
what
realize
does
that you
mean? I
skipped
promise I'll be
over. I had to rephrase what I said 2 or 3 times already, and then you isolate one. So is this your tactic? You just get me to rephrase until you think I say something incoherent?
I'm just
So the
asking
doctrine
you
of the
what it
Trinity
means.
applies that one
If you
being
can
be
if you can explain any
individuated
of the statements that you've
into
made,
3
that would be
persons
sufficient. I
and
just
still
want to
be
understand
counted
what
as
you're
one
saying.
being.
What?
Where does that apply outside of the Trinity?
Where does what apply? I was talking while you were talking.
Yeah, I understand. So where can 3 persons be counted as one being outside of the Trinity?
I don't think there are any examples like that.
So then that would be special pleading, correct?
What is special pleading?
It's where you create special carve-outs. It's not universal. It's not
When you
logically
create
consistent with the
special
rest of reality.
carve-outs? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he said that you create special carves
Yes,
out.
that is
And it's
exactly
not
what it said.
consistent with the rest of reality.
Yes.
Do I have that right? And what does that mean for something to be consistent with reality?
It's not a standard.
It's not a standard.
Yeah.
So, okay, so if there's, let's say, let me just like try to disambiguate. Let's say that there's this, I believe that there's this one thing, and this one thing is called Elijah Johnson, and there's nothing else that's Elijah Johnson. Would that be special pleading?
No, because that Elijah Johnson would be considered one person and one being. Would we agree to those terms?
What does that have to do with special pleading?
So what does saying that there's one thing have to do with the doctrine of the Trinity?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Is Elijah 3 persons in one being?
Oh my gosh. Do you think the Trinity is like identical to special pleading? I think that's the issue here. The issue here is that you're saying,
I think it's identical to special pleading? Can you elaborate on that, please? How could it be identical to special pleading?
Yeah, I'll explain. I said that because it seems like you're confused. It seems like you think that the only case of special pleading is with the Trinity, which is obviously not the case. But I'll explain what I think you're doing here.
Wait, hold on, time out. So you took from what I said that there's only one case of special pleading in existence right now, and it's the Trinity. Do you know how absurd that is?
Yeah, it is absurd. That's why I think it's unbelievable.
And that's the way your brain functions. Just to be clear, that's what you took from what I said. That's how your brain functions.
You have to lock in. You have to lock in. You have got to lock in. This is genuinely terrible. I'm trying so hard to be patient. I don't know how Elijah does this every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Make sure you guys tune in.
Amen.
And Sunday if you members. So yeah. It seems like you're saying that because there's nothing else that is 3 persons and one being, therefore, if there's one thing that is 3 persons and one being, that's special pleading. Do I have that right?
I'm saying that it's not universal. There is no other case where that is
I just asked you a
way
yes
we
or
count
no
things.
question. I just asked you a very clear yes or no question. Do you see how you ask like super ambiguous questions, and then I ask for clarification, you can't give it to me? Then I ask you a very clear question, you can't just say yes or no?
Wait, so you wanted clarification or yes or no?
This guy, no. This isn't a real person. Just now, I asked you a question that was yes or no. I wanted a yes or no very clearly. When I wanted clarification was about
it is special pleading because it is not a universal standard applicable to the rest of reality.
What is a universal standard?
The law of identity is a universal standard, right? A is A.
Okay. So you're saying that the Trinity isn't the law of identity?
No, it breaks the law of identity according
How?
to classical
How so?
logic.
How so?
So if can A equal B and equal C and be one being?
That sounds like a question.
Yeah. Yep.
But you just made a claim, and I said how so, and then you asked a question. So I didn't want a question. I wanted like an argument or an explanation.
The standard that classical logic applies for the rest of reality is that a person is a being. Three persons is not counted as one being anywhere else in reality because perspective creates distinction in being and personhood.
I don't know. What's this guy's name, Elijah? Like on the thing, because I can't see it.
Nudes.
What? Okay.
It's like
Never
free.
mind.
It's like free nudes.
We don't need to use the name. It's okay. I don't know why you would say that out loud.
It's spelled Noodz.
Yeah, I mean, still probably don't say that, but it's okay. Yeah, you just said that classical logic says that a person is a being. I'm not sure you know exactly what logic is in order for you to make that statement, because logic isn't speaking about persons like that, because person is a metaphysical notion.
Is logic metaphysical?
Is logic metaphysical?
Like, what do you mean by metaphysical?
What?
What do you mean by metaphysical?
Oh my goodness, bro.
Hey, did he just use that word?
No, I mean, I don't know. I think I used it first.
Did he say, is logic metaphysical? And then you repeated his question, is logic metaphysical? And then he said, what do you mean by metaphysical?
Yeah, since you're not going to answer the question, clarify what metaphysical means.
You said it. You asked me if logic was metaphysical. You asked it first.
Do you even know where we're at in the conversation?
Yes, I know precisely. Do you? I know precisely where we're at. We're at the part where you used the word that asked me to define what you just used. You can answer. You don't need to take a break. You can respond.
Are you gonna? So I'm the first person to use metaphysical.
Yes, you're the first person to use metaphysical.
I am. It's a metaphysical notion, I think is what Light said.
Light? I don't know how Light got involved.
Light didn't say anything.
Oh, I don't know who's talking then. Sorry, my bad. So whoever the second voice is brought up metaphysical notion, did they not?
Yeah, I did. And then you said, is logic metaphysical?
That's gotta hurt.
You said it's logic metaphysical.
Yeah, so for you to use that term, it seems like you have some conception of what the term means, right?
I asked it in question form because you made the assertion that logic and metaphysics are completely distinct and not in any way parallel.
So let me get this straight really
entangled.
quickly. Let me get this straight really quickly. I used a term that you didn't know the meaning of, so you decided to use that term and just ask whether or not logic is this thing.
Yes,
and that was going to help you figure out the definition.
That is exactly what happened. That's exactly how it played out.
Thanks
for the playback. Are you going to answer the question?
I'm just trying to figure out how that was supposed to help you.
Are you going to answer the question? Or are you just going to keep pivoting away?
Can you answer my question?
We could have been done. You could have just answered the question and we could have moved on.
This dude is funny.
Should we sit here in silence until you answer the question?
I mean, I just asked you a question.
Cam getting years off of purgatory for this. You doing good, bro. Keep going.
What did you say?
I said you getting years off of purgatory for this, bro. Keep going.
He already had years chalked up.
What?
So you already have purgatory years on the books?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
I guess you are who you surround yourself with, right?
Right, so here, we'll just put you out your misery. So the Trinity isn't special pleading. If there was anything that exists as one essence, like that thing existing as one essence and us counting that one essence is that's something that's going to be applied to everything that's one essence. You're saying that you have a problem with the fact that this being exists as three distinct persons, but that doesn't change the fact that we still are only going to count one being if there's only one being. You are one being, we will only count one being. God is one being, we will only count one being. The manner in which this being exists doesn't change the fact that there's only one being.
Is essence used the same in human essence as it is in God's essence?
Sure, but essence in
Okay,
the term
so
and
if essence is the same, then we count all humans as one being
Nope.
because they share an essence.
No. Your essence.
But
Do you
how
know
does
what
that not follow? So that falls into special pleading for your use.
No,
of
what's your
essence.
What's your essence? Like, what is a human?
We're not talking about my use of essence. I'm asking how your use of
Okay,
essence.
cool. So when we
universally,
the term essence picks out the same. It means the same thing in both cases when we say the essence of God and the essence of a man, but the thing that it refers to is different.
Yeah,
because the human essence.
So it's not. So it's not the same thing. It's a
yeah, like how you aren't the same thing. You know how your essence isn't the same thing as an octopus.
Okay, so when you define a word, right, and then you apply it to God, and then you apply it to humans, is the same definition applied to God that it is to humans? Yes or no?
The word essence is
means the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so then if you count via essence with God's essence, then we must also count with human essence, and we would count all humans as one because they share an essence. And you're going to say no, which is going to land you in special pleading for your use of essence because it only applies to God.
Your essence, right? Your essential properties, right? The things that make you you is going to be your soul and your body. You are a rational animal. Your rationality is constituted of your soul. Your animality is constituted of your body. For me and you to have the same essence, we would have to have the same soul and the same body. We don't have the same soul and we don't have the same body. So we have two different essences. For God, these are going to be like the or just say, for example, the same mind and the same will, right? If the Father and Son had a different mind and different will, then they would have two different essences. But they have the same mind and the same will. So they have the same essence.
So you would say that they share in perspective? It's one perspective for three persons?
I need you to engage with what I just said.
I am going to engage directly.
What do you
So
mean by
perspective is dictated by mind and will. They share a mind and will, so they share a perspective. Would you agree?
What do you mean by perspective?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by perspective. Like they got the same outlook on life.
They engage with reality. They engage with reality through the same perspective.
That's perfect.
In the definition, but
that helped me a lot. I didn't know what the term meant, so you just used the term again. I got you.
Appreciate you.
I don't know why I didn't understand it the first time.
Yeah. You're doing great, by the way. Keep going.
Oh, so you guys don't know what perspective means?
Nope. That's why
we just asked. Maybe. Do you know where we are in a conversation right now?
Love to clarify.
We're at the part where we just
love to clarify
terms for fun. He does that for no reason. When I ask you what a term means, it's because I don't know how you're using it.
Oh, so you know it, you just don't know how I'm using it, which changes.
Yeah, I have my own conception of the term, but the term's meaning is going to be dictated by the intention of the speaker. You're the speaker, and you seem very confused, so I have no clue what you mean.
A point of view.
You're asking if they have the same point of view?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're trying to get out of that.
You mean they got the same
perspective. So they share one point of view.
One point of view? Like they know the same things.
Let's put it this way. When Jesus looks in the mirror, how many persons does Jesus see?
Oh my days.
There's no mirror.
hypothetically speaking, when Jesus was walking the earth, if Jesus was to look in the mirror, how many persons would Jesus see from his point of view?
Well, he would see the person who has that body. You know that, like, we
Okay,
don't
would the
believe
Father
that
and
God
Holy
is like.
Spirit also see the Son?
Well, it seems like you're asking, like, do
Do
they
you
have
mean
the same consciousness, like first person perspective?
Well, can you have separate wills and separate consciousness?
Yeah, we don't even use the word like consciousness in regards to God.
Okay, then why did you bring up that word if it's
I said that's what
irrelevant
it seems. I'm trying to
to
figure out what you're
your
talking
worldview?
about.
bro?
I'm trying to figure out what
So
you
when
mean
Jesus
by
looked in the
your
mirror,
words. When Jesus
when
looks in
Jesus
him,
looked
when
in the
Jesus,
mirror,
He
brother,
did the
sees
Father?
if Jesus looked into a mirror, he would see the body that belongs to the second person of the Trinity.
yeah.
Okay, would the Holy Spirit and the Father also see the body at the same exact time
Do you
that
mean
Jesus
like
did?
through Jesus's human eyes?
Yeah, that would be point of view, correct?
We don't believe stuff
I don't
like
know if
that
you
in
believe
regards to the
at all.
divine nature. Like you're saying something about, or you're trying to like figure out something about the divine nature, but then you're using
You're
the
asking about
human
the
nature.
Trinity. Yeah.
Like it's
I said, well, I've never
very
once said
weird.
divine nature. I said Holy Spirit and the
That's
Father.
what. That's
So those are
what.
the
So
three distinct persons.
when you're talking about the essence of God, you're talking about the divine nature. Talking about what God is, and then you're using a nature that's not God, right? And then you're trying to figure out something about the divine nature, which is like you're talking about mirrors and physical things. Like none of these things we believe about the divine nature. So I don't know what you're trying to get at.
My point is that one shared point of view would mean one person, one being, no matter how you cut it. That's how it's applied logically
What's the
in the
argument for
only
that?
possible world
Curious.
that we know of, which is this world. So, if you're going
What's
to
the
make the
argument for
case that there are three distinct persons, I'm going to ask you this. Was there ever a time in the Bible where the Father is stated as watching Jesus from a different point of view or in a different distinct location?
You think that a person is a first person perspective?
Amen.
I say that perspective establishes distinction in person and being,
What? What
logically
did you say?
speaking.
Perspective established the
If
distinction
person
between
A,
person
so if
and
there's
being?
perspective A and perspective B cannot be the same perspective. They are distinct, right? So if the Father is looking at the Son, they cannot be one being.
What? Why?
Because the distinction in perspective makes them, according to the law of identity, distinct beings.
So it seems like by perspective, it's like, oh, I have this outlook or I have this understanding of reality that is different from another person, right? Which is saying that they have different minds. But there's not this understanding of reality, like they come to know things about reality. It seems
Can
like
you give
you're
me one
trying.
example outside of the Trinity where your standard applies
I
at
couldn't
all
give you
in one case? Give me one example. It doesn't have to be universal or standard. Just give me one instance
outside of
where
what.
it's even possible, the Trinity.
Well, what's possible?
The separation in perspectives being
Okay.
achievable by one being.
Like, so where you see one thing but there's multiple persons there?
Being able to see 2 points of view at the same time and it being
I
one
don't
being.
hold to 2 points of view, but you're saying that, okay, there's multiple persons but there's only one thing that is there. You want to.
Okay, so in the Bible, there's many instances, and I don't have the verses off the top of my head, but where the Father is speaking from a different location than where Jesus is. Does that ring a bell at all to you?
Nah. So are you just asking me to show an example that's not the Trinity, where there is one being that we are seeing, right? But multiple persons that like occupy this one being.
No, that would be dissociative disorder.
What are you asking for then?
Well, that would, so if you give that example, what you're essentially stating is that
No, they could be they could be
multiple
genuine.
personalities.
No, they could be genuine different
I'm saying
persons.
two different perspectives. Those, let's say that there's three personalities in one being. They share a perspective. They don't have split perspectives.
Okay, so for example,
They have the same point of view all the time.
Okay, so for example, in the Bible, when somebody was possessed by demons, how many perspectives had that one body?
That would be a shared perspective.
So the person who was possessed had the same perspective as the demons that possessed.
Yes, they'd have the same point of view. Yep.
So wait. So the person who went up to Jesus and asked him, "Hey, can you take these demons out of me?" That was also what the demons were saying too.
Yeah, despite the fact that the demons were like pleading with Jesus.
Yeah, hey, please don't do this. Get away from me, oh son of God.
Require communication. I hope you understand that point of view doesn't require a verbal communication.
No, but it can show you that these are two different perspectives, right? There's one.
Would you say that they're one being then, or no? The demon and the person that's possessed?
No, they would be at the time. Yeah, they'd be one being. Yeah,
even though they like believe different things and have different desires and have different wills, how could they be the same?
That would be the same way that like multiple personalities operate.
What?
So multiple personalities often don't share the same will or desires or beliefs.
No, but these are genuine.
They aren't just personalities though.
Yeah,
these are like distinct entities.
Okay, so can you prove that they are distinct if they share the same perspective? The answer is no, you can't.
They have different wills.
So they would be personalities while they're in the same being.
No, they have completely different wills. They're experiencing something different.
Yeah, that's also
true. They're experiencing something different. And how are they experiencing something different when they share the same sensory input data system?
Hold
on. So one is possessed, but they're still sharing the same sensory input data system, correct?
You just asked how they have different experiences.
One is in torment and the other is experiencing a good time possessing the body.
Isn't that like a hypostatic union? Are you saying that demonic possession is identical to hypostatic union?
No, I'm showing you an example where, under your perspective, right? There's one being that you just said that you're counting, but there are genuinely two different persons there. Two different perspectives.
So those would be personalities, not persons. We don't grant
they're not personalities. They're genuinely
personalities sharing one perspective.
Wait, so what's a person?
Would be in the way that I'm defining it, it would be a unique perspective or point of view. So if it's a shared perspective, it would be one person.
Wait, so are dogs persons?
Are mosquitoes persons?
Dogs.
Oh, mosquito. That's a good one.
Do they have their own perspective?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess you could grant them personhood.
Are mosquitoes persons?
By the distinction in perspective.
So mosquitoes are persons too?
According to the definitions and the structure that I've provided, yes, they would be distinct persons. Yes.
What about?
Do you actually believe that though? Like,
and they would also be. Hold on. I hope you understand that means that they would also be distinct beings. So each perspective would be one person.
I think you're focused on the wrong thing, buddy.
Why would we care about that?
Yeah,
like,
no.
Outside of this conversation, if somebody came up to you and said, "Hey, like, is a mosquito a person?" Would you say yeah or no?
Usually,
just saying that for the
Yeah.
under any other
Or are you
circumstance.
special
if somebody
pleading
came
here?
up to
Sounds like
me,
special pleading.
That sounds like
well, no,
special
actually,
pleading.
That almost sounds like special pleading.
Like he's
So-
almost like specially carving out this little
you do
situation.
understand
That's
that
interesting.
I just provided a system that
Oh
applies
my
universally, right?
No, he's low key a genius because we were asking what that means. So he said, "I'll show y'all."
Oh, now we
That's
see.
brilliant.
Now we
That's
understand. We just wasn't locked in.
That's not. You know what? I apologize because I wasn't really familiar with your game.
Yeah, that's on us. Shout out to you,
So,
bro.
wait, wait, hold on. You guys use rational animal as a distinction in personhood? Or
No, that's
your qualifier for
that's a
personhood?
human. That's what a human is, right? So like when you have you ever killed a wait, hold on, have you ever wait, hold on. Have you ever killed a fly?
Humans only
brother, have you ever killed a fly?
Yeah, plenty of times.
So you've killed multiple people?
People isn't defined.
You killed multiple persons?
Person,
right? You killed multiple persons?
Yep. Hunters kill persons, but not people, because people is defined differently than person, right?
Not just hunters. Anybody that sees a fly in their house,
wait.
it.
So wait, can only humans be considered persons? I'm just curious. Can only humans be considered persons?
No, of course not. Of course not.
You have to have rationality.
So
to be
what
a
are you
person.
guys laughing at?
You have to have rationality.
You just said a mosquito is a person. What do you mean? What are we
you said that you killed multiple persons.
What is your qualifier? What is your criteria for rationality?
The ability to understand abstract concepts, to reason, like in regards to like things like justice and logic and stuff like that.
Oh, and you don't think that social species participate in all those?
No, bro. Participate in and have a grasp and understanding of like morals and ethics and stuff like that is completely different.
Do you believe that verbal communication is the only form of communication?
No. Most of your communication is nonverbal.
We can recognize that they're participating in these things based on their actions and behaviors.
He don't know who he's talking to, Elijah. He don't know what you went to school for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like they don't know for real. I'm not gonna stall you out, bro. But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. We're saying that in order to be a person, you have to have rationality or a nature that's rational. Not like, oh, he makes decisions that make a little.
Rationality proven.
How is that rationality proven?
Yeah, how does a species participate in proving they're a rational actor?
How does a species participate in proving that they're a rational actor? Showing that they understand things like morals, ethics, justice, things like that.
Okay, so when infants are screaming and crying because they have crap in their diaper, are they rational?
They have a nature that's capable of rationality. That's why it's talking about
when we
having
say that a human is a rational animal, we don't mean to say that every human being that exists is constantly using that rationality. Obviously, there are no shortage of humans that aren't using their rationality. I can think of a few examples right now.
Amen.
Do you consider babies to be persons?
Yes, because they're human, so they have a rational nature.
Even though they exhibit no,
they have a rational nature.
They have a rational kind,
and that is proven. They have a rational nature, and that is proven. Once again, is that only through communicated language?
Didn't you just ask that?
Yeah. So we're gonna circle back.
The answer would change or no?
Hey man, go chat. You guys let me know when you guys are done. How about that? You guys could just tell not a 1, not a 2, whatever. You just say boo, kick, drop, whatever you want. You guys let me know when you guys are done. Boo, nah, Cam funny. Cam staying. Let him work. I heard that.
They thought you was asking if you should kick me.
Nah, I don't know. Bye. We done.
That's hilarious.
Bruh. Dude. DC is consistent, bro. What do you say? Hey, bro, go ahead and watch your head. Hey, man, I got you, Christ. Shout out to Christ's life. Oh, my days. He been waiting for a minute. I was finna put Peacekeeper on you. Hello?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Guys, listen, I'm from the Netherlands, so please go easy on me, okay? My language is not that strong, so... what the hell was that? You're talking with the dude about mirrors and all these things, so and we are waiting here.
I'm sorry, man.
Anyway.
What's up?
Okay, so I have a question. I was searching for the truth, and I was reading the Bible also. I read it, I think, 4 times, including the King James Version. But for me, there are a lot of contradictions, guys.
Are you Muslim?
I converted yesterday.
Yuck. Okay.
So I don't think so, brother. I don't think it's yuck. It's just, it was my decision because for me, there were less contradictions, even not one. But I have to.
All right, here, show me the contradictions in the Bible, and then we'll see if there's a contradiction in the Quran. Is it the word of God?
Well, look, I was reading. I think it was 2 Samuel, the story about King David and Bathsheba. Are you familiar with the story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so King David, he falls in love with Bathsheba, but Bathsheba is married, right?
Yeah.
So King David, they have sex with each other.
Okay.
Bathsheba, she gets pregnant, but the problem is, Bathsheba's husband is, I think it was Urias, and he was a soldier of King David.
Okay, I know the story. Just get to the point.
Okay, so basically what God did is they got a child, and God killed the baby in order to wipe out the sins of Bathsheba and King David. And now the contradiction is, I think it was Ezekiel. In Ezekiel, it says, when the father eats grapes, it wouldn't affect his child's teeth. So that means every single person carries their own sins, right? So why did he kill Bathsheba's son? And so for me, that's a contradiction. Maybe you can help me with this.
Yeah, that's not a contradiction. So in regards to the story of David, right, and the judgment that falls upon him, and then the carrying of sins, like no one said that the baby is carrying the sins, one, in the first place, but two, in Ezekiel chapter 4, Ezekiel carries the sins of the nations. So like it's not that somebody else can't carry the sins of someone else. That's not shown anywhere in the Bible. Like, as a matter of fact, the exact opposite is shown in the Bible. Judgment befalls other people and nations and whatever for the actions of specific people.
Well, so basically you're saying it's not a contradiction.
No, do you know what a contradiction is?
Yes, I do know what a contradiction is. There is another one.
Wait, can you just explain so we could be on the same page? Like, what do you think a contradiction is?
Okay, if God says A is good and he shows B, that's a contradiction because, for instance,
what is B?
He's not asking for an example. He's
look,
I just want a definition. I want a definition of a contradiction. Like, you don't have to bring up God, just the definition of a contradiction.
Okay, the definition of contradiction in English, I have, in Dutch we say contradictie. I can explain it in Dutch or Turkish or French, but in English I have a little bit hard time. But for me, a contradiction is when a child gets punished because the father and the mother did wrong. And in Ezekiel, he
Brother,
says,
you're giving me an example again.
Yeah. That's a contradiction.
It's not. So
Yes, it is. It is.
you can how about this? How about you use Google Translate, say it in whatever language you want, and then you could just read me the definition that you just spoke in Dutch or French or whatever language you want. You could read that definition of what you see in Google Translate to me, so that you can articulate it in the best way that you feel like you can articulate it.
Okay, wait a minute.
Just the definition. I don't want an example. I want what a contradiction means.
Elijah, if I go to
Yeah,
Google,
I'll give you a
because
I'll give you a second. It's fine.
yeah,
We'll
but
wait.
I will. But I have another question, because if I
Yeah, no,
search
go ahead. I will wait. I won't pull anybody up. I will wait for at least 1:30 to 2 minutes, and I'll wait for you to use
let me
Google
put it
Translate.
this way: a contradiction is when you speak against yourself. When you say something and you speak against yourself, right? Am I saying it right in
Okay,
English?
that might be the best that we could get. Okay.
Okay. So in Genesis, I think it was Genesis chapter 6. So basically, the story of Noah, it also says in the Quran, is the same, almost the same. So God says to Noah, he says, what have I done? I shouldn't, so he shows remorse about mankind, and he kills basically everybody. The whole world, babies, animals, he kills everybody. So this is your God. And then after the
You just said that the same story was in Islam.
No, it's not the same. It's not exactly the same, brother.
What's
so
different?
In Islam, well, in Islam, it doesn't really say that the whole world is, the whole mankind is only. So it's not saying that it's killing everybody. But okay, so my question is, after he killed everybody, he says to Noah, what have I done? I shouldn't kill them. So he shows remorse twice in one story, Elijah.
Can you show me the verse that you're talking about?
Yes, of course I can. I've
That verse where God says what you're saying, bro.
Okay, can you go to I have to say it out of my head. So can you go to Genesis?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 6 and then verse 6.
Okay. Genesis chapter 6 verse 6.
Can you please read that for me? Because I'm not sure if that's otherwise I have to grab my book.
Yeah. Here. And the Lord regretted that he had made man on earth, and it grieved him to his heart.
Mm-hmm. You're looking at me like, okay, so
you said, what have I done?
Yeah.
I was looking for that. I know this verse.
Yeah. Okay, so that was it. But after, so basically what happens is Noah, he sacrificed an animal, right? He sacrificed an animal for God, and God smells the beautiful smell, and he says, what have I done? I shouldn't kill them. So in the verse that you have read just a couple of seconds ago, he says,
What verse is that? Show me that verse.
I think it's Yes, I'm afraid I'm going to lose this, lose this the phone conversation, because if I close it, I can't. Can you look at 6.9? Maybe it's 6.9. It should be there, Elijah.
These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation. Noah walked with God.
No, that's not the one.
Okay, so
Okay, I'm going to pull
I
it
mean,
up.
you
I'm going to pull it
haven't. So you haven't. Okay, go ahead. You could go and pull it up. I'll explain for the chat. When we see things like anything in regards to emotions that are attributed to God, these aren't actual emotions of God. God's not moved by the things that human beings do. So when it says that he regretted that he had made man and it grieved him to his heart, it's literally just to show that the actions of yeah, that's fine. That the actions of humanity were like damning to them, that judgment was going to befall them. That's all it's saying. It's not saying that like God was actually moved by the things that that humans do. The authors of the Bible, they use language in which humans are able to understand that the things that we do are not approved by God. Right? So we can say things that, oh, this makes God happy, although God doesn't have emotions like that. This makes God mad. God doesn't have emotions like that. But this is the language that we use to understand that the things that we do are displeasing, right? Like they don't align with God's will, what God desires for us. So we use words like that, but they don't actually reflect on God's emotional state. God's not up there like learning new things like, what? No. Like, no, that's not what's going on, bro.
Yeah, but can you go to Genesis 8:21, please, Elijah? Can you do that for me?
So you think God like knows the future?
Yeah, I do think that God knows the future.
Interesting.
When the Lord smelled the pleasing aroma, the Lord said in his heart, I will never again curse the ground because of man, for the intention of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither again will I strike down every living creature as I done, while the earth remains. Seed time and harvest, cold, heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease.
Okay, so basically, first he said, I feel remorse that I created humankind. And now he says, so what do you think about this? Just be honest, Elijah. Just be honest.
I'm being honest. I literally just explained it.
Yeah. So, okay. Elijah, to be perfectly honest with you, for me, it's really, really hard that I could believe in a God who can't forgive someone without blood. In this time, we call this Satanism. And I don't want to insult your God. So I'm sorry for that. It's just my opinion.
So here, you believe that in the Quran, Allah says that he's the most just, right?
I just started with the Quran, Elijah, but
well,
yeah, but the Quran is the word of God. Yeah.
Okay, so you understand?
You know,
I mean, yeah, I could ask that, but you understand that in regards to justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what justice is?
Yeah, justice. I know what justice is. My English is bad, but not that bad.
Okay. So when it comes to justice, if God is the most just, that means that everyone who has done wrong would get that which is due to them, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in sin, when someone sins, who is the one who is wronged?
The one who makes the sin, right?
No, who's the one who is wronged? When somebody sins, who are they pretty much doing wrong? Who are they going against when someone sins?
Against God.
Okay. So, depending on the person who is wronged, the thing that needs to be done to make it right is going to depend on the dignity of that person, pretty much. So, like, for example, if me and you got into a fight and you smacked me, right? You might not even go to jail, or you might go to jail for a weekend. But if you were to smack the president of the United States, you'll go to jail for life, because the dignity of the person who you wronged, right, is that much greater. Now, the dignity of the person that we wrong when we sin is infinite. So that means in order to pay for your sin, what you would have to offer is something that's infinite.
And what's that?
Are you infinite?
I'm not infinite.
Okay.
I can die.
And all your good works, they come from God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that you by yourself can't repay or atone for your sin, because your sin requires pretty much an infinite payment for that debt. No person is able to pay that. So how will your debt ever be paid?
Well, in Muslims they say Toba. I don't know if you ever heard about Toba. Toba is when you show remorse to God, and if you promise not to make the same sin, He forgives you. So He doesn't want any blood.
That's not justice, right? That's mercy, sure. It's not justice. It says that Allah is the most just. So justice means that everyone pays for their debt, pretty much. Everyone pays for their wrong. Okay. How are you paying this infinite debt? You have an infinite debt.
Blood, Elijah. Not with blood. Come on,
brother. No one's saying that. I'm asking you. Yeah. How are you paying?
Going to hell, maybe?
Going to hell. Are you? What are you going to go to hell for all eternity for one sin?
No, I don't believe that, because
the one who you wronged is infinite, so your payment has to be infinite. So what's your infinite payment?
Well, there is no infinite payment, because the life is short, right?
So that means that no matter what, you cannot pay your sin. So how is Allah being just in regards to sin?
Well, just because He's the most merciful, and His name is Rahman ar-Rahim.
No, so how is he being just in regards to sin?
Well, because He decides the just, right? He's the just Himself. So we as Muslims, look, Elijah, we as Muslims, we don't know if you go to hell or paradise. You can do your
so
best.
Here, listen, hold on, listen. If you robbed me of $100, right?
Yes.
The just thing, the fair thing is that you repay this debt, right? Or you broke something that cost $100, you repay this debt with $100. That's perfectly just. Now, if I know
what you're saying.
Okay, now if I'm nice, I say, okay, I'll take the $50 and I'll cover the rest. Now, that's not perfect justice. That's imperfect justice, because I supplied the rest with my mercy and my grace. Now, that's an $100 debt that you owe. For perfect justice to be satisfied, you have to pay $100. Now, against God, we incur this debt that is infinite because of the one that we wronged, which means that our payment must be infinite. But we are finite. So how do we pay this infinite debt?
Okay. So in Islam, they say, I don't know if you ever heard about haq. So haq means when I die, Elijah, and let's say I stole your money, $100, and you come to my, how do you call it? Just before I die, you're there also. And I say, Elijah, can you please forgive me and give me my haq back? And if you say, no, I don't give it back. Yeah. So then I have a problem. But if you say, you know what, I forgive you.
I'm not talking about me and you. I'm talking about I'm talking about your sins against God. Sin is a thing against God.
Yeah, but if you die, do you believe that you standing in front of God? Yes or no? So He will ask this to us.
Brother, what question do you think I'm asking you?
Look, you're saying that if I do something wrong to you, yes?
No.
Yeah. If I stole your money, so
no,
$100.
that was just an example. I'm saying that when you do something wrong to me for $100, you have to pay back $100. When you do something wrong to God, that's infinitely wrong. Like it's an infinite debt that you incurred upon yourself.
Yeah, but yes, but Elijah, you don't understand. In that's how Christians think. It's not how Muslims think. In Muslims' world,
Is
if you
Allah
pray,
not infinite?
Allah is infinite, but he
Okay, so
he can just
when you sin, the one who you're going against is who?
it's against Allah.
Okay, so the one who you're wronging is Allah, who
It's
is
God, yes.
infinite.
Mhm.
When you wrong someone that's infinite,
Infinite, yes.
that debt of whatever you done to them, whatever wrong you've done to them, needs to be paid. That's justice. What do you mean? Come on now.
Come on, Elijah. Come on now. Come on, please. You're smarter than this. So what do you mean then? How can you justify it then? You tell me.
So the only way that this infinite payment of this debt is able to be paid is if God becomes man. That's the only way, is if the infinite takes on your form to represent you and pays this debt in full. And because he's infinite, he's able to offer himself that is infinite. But for us, we can't pay that debt. But this ensures that God is still just, and he's also perfectly merciful. Whereas in Islam, Allah's not just. He doesn't actually account for the sins that have been incurred at all. There's still this ridiculous debt. No matter how long you sit in hell or whatever the case may be, that hasn't been paid because you believe that Allah is going to take you out of hell. The smallest mortal sin, it still incurs this infinite debt that you pretty much need to pay because of the one who you sinned against. And if Allah is just, that payment has to be made. But in Islam, there's no payment that is made.
Yeah, but the example that you gave just seconds ago, it doesn't make sense for me, brother. It's so he came back as it doesn't ring any bells with me, Elijah. And to be honest with you, you're a smart dude, and I think if you read your Bible, objectively, I think you will find the truth also. For you, the Bible is the truth. But if you read it just, with investigated.
Last person.
Hey.
Hey. How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, if that was his first day as a Muslim, he's doing fantastic. He'll fit right in. He'll fit right in. He got it down. He got it down packed. He got it down. That was his first day. They got them one. They found him. They found the Muslim. Hey, man, that's his first day. They did a great job. #1 draft pick, bruh. Scouting was amazing. They had a good day that day, bruh. He was lying? Yeah, probably, bruh. But that's a genuine problem. What I was bringing up in regards to this debt. So when we go against God, we commit any like mortal sin, right? The payment of the wrong is going to vary depending on the dignity of the person, which is why I give the example of how, like, if you slap me versus if you slap the president or whatever, just an analogy, or the king, like the payment of said wrong is going to be that much greater. Whereas you could maybe either get issued a fine for smacking me, or, spend a little bit of time in jail for doing that same act, the same act to someone of a higher dignity. You'll lose a lot more right? So the debt that needs to be paid is a lot more because of the dignity of the person. Now, in regards to God, it is God's right to be the end of every action, right? So like our action should be oriented towards him, and that's his right. So when we sin and we desire or choose something other than God, right? It's God that's offended there. We rob God of his right to be the end of our actions, right? For us to be oriented towards him. We rob that. So the dignity of the person that is wronged is infinite. So the debt that you need to pay is infinite because of the dignity of the person. Now, how can you pay this debt? You who are finite, you've incurred a debt that you cannot pay. And Christianity is the only religion that literally shows you how justice is upheld, whilst at the same time mercy is shown to you as well. But you don't get that in Islam or anything else. So hopefully that makes sense. Peacekeeper going once. Peacekeeper going twice. What's up?
Yo, not much, man. Just here to have some good chat.
Yeah, I got my friend Cam here. She wanted to chop it up. I gotta pee real quick. I got my friend Abraham too. Everybody please go sub, as a matter of fact, right now to Abrahamos on YT. Let's get him up to 50 subs if possible. Ooh.
Nah, y'all gotta do all that.
This dude's an
idiot. Please.
You guys didn't even suggest that you guys follow me.
I want to panda.
Can't even throw it in as a possibility. That's what
Cam, haven't you had a YouTube channel for like 4 years now?
I've been trying to do a collab with Elijah for 2.5 years.
I made one last week.
Get back to me.
Hey, Kevin, man. Dang, I can't even find a page. Never mind, gang.
It's with 2 A's at the front. Did you do that?
I did that. I did that. And look, this is what it say.
Bro, how?
They say no.
It's not even like logically possible.
Did you mean Brahmos? And I subscribe. I don't know how you say that.
Maybe if you look up one of my shorts.
Bruh, I subscribe to you too. I can't find you.
Oh well. You guys know what it is. Maybe I'll put the link. Or someone who can find it can put the link if they want.
Bro, where are you? Oh, here you go. Hey yo, go sub. If it's this difficult, I understand, but I did not spell the name wrong, bro. Go sub. Get him to 50 subs, please. Please get him to 50 subs. Just 50. Might keep this here for a second. Please, 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 go sub. Go sub, go sub, go sub. Abe is the absolute GOAT. Subscribe. Shout out to you, Doc. 2 A's.
I'm getting the notice. This is awesome.
You're getting notifications. Just sub. Shout out to Yosef. Shout out to Walk with the Spirit. Let me see who else. Side Sui, you spelled it with 2 A's. What you mean you didn't spell it wrong? He got it spelled with 2 A's. It's right here. And if you've seen all of that, then that means that you was on his page and you subscribed. That's what I hope it means. Elijah Johnson Clips, if you can you go over there and subscribe to him as well? Oh, and shout out to you for putting in the chat. Let's make it easy. Go ahead, click on his link and subscribe right now. Please, 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 please. Get him to 50 subs, man.
Yeah. I don't know if Elijah told y'all yet, but all today's donos are going to the 50th subscriber. So.
That's good. I like that. You was a 30-second sub. Now people gonna start unsubscribing. But hey, Hey, I like that. If we could get on the 50 subs within the next 2 minutes, bro. 50, whoever the 50th sub, bro. I got something for you. Drop your cash app, man. I got something for you. So look. It's 8:54 right now. It's 8:54. I'm gonna come back. They gonna all wait. They gonna all wait now. It's 8:54. At 9 o'clock, I'm gonna refresh the page. We're gonna see where it's at. He at least 38 right now. All right, hold on. We're gonna see. Refresh real quick. He at 45. Hey. So look, hold on. Wait. Hold up. You just subscribed? All right, hold on. Wait. Justice said she just subscribed. He's still at 45. Five more. Whoever get the 50, bro, is AABRAHMOS. Yeah, say back. Oh,
Tell me one more time.
We got 5 minutes.
Tell me
you need to follow real quick. His number.
Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, his number's gonna dwindle. Nick paved the way for you all, man. I appreciate that, bro.
Why do you appreciate it?
I appreciate that. Nick did a lot for me, man. All those collabs that me and Fearless Truth put in, bro. Nick built the road for me. I remember first.
I was the 50th. I was the 50th.
You're not subscribed. Who was the 50th?
I subscribed.
No.
It was
I subscribed.
No, you're 51. You're 51. You're 51.
Bro, I don't believe Jason. No, I don't believe it.
Who is the 50th son? Hey.
You know, Jason. Go, my go.
Wait. No. Check your notifications. Who was the before Alexis? Who was the one before Alexis?
What do you mean before Alexis? It was me.
Who was the one before Alexis?
Really, Abe?
Really? I haven't even got the Alexis noti, to be honest. Hold on, let me check.
It doesn't even show.
Hurry up.
It was me. It was me. That's crazy. I sent you a super chat and everything. That's how you do me?
When you send the super chat, I ain't see.
I was the first person to send you a super chat today.
I'm so sorry. I did not see that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Wait, who is... Yeah, once we figure out who that 50th was, bro.
You never gonna figure it out.
If we figure out who that 50th was, we get them to 100. I send $100. We get them to 100, but I'm asking too much. I know. But shoot, I send $100 to somebody. But you just subscribe. Shout out to Etho.
You want to send 100? You know my Cash App. You know my Venmo.
You don't use Cash App.
I do. If somebody send me money on Cash App.
Nah, she don't use Cash App. Shout out to Mr. Buddha with the $2 super chat. Nasty work. Hey, man. Yeah, look. Once he tell me who was the one who subscribed, bruh, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm sending somebody something, bruh.
I'm right here.
You was? I saw it,
bro. I saw
it. It said 50, and the subscribe button was white.
Subscribe.
Then the subscribe button was white. I seen it.
Okay, now I'm finna unsubscribe, bro.
Okay, I can't go off noties because it's literally showing me only 2 people on my notifications. But I can go on subscribers and go latest and then count backwards. I think that should be accurate, no?
Yeah, go.
Elijah, I'll send a $5 million super chat right now if you can answer this question.
All right.
You have to answer it adequately, though.
Okay.
Anybody can answer it, by the way. Anybody in the live or anybody who's like, you know, on the live. Like,
is Fearless Truth in here? Because he's like dang near infallible.
I believe it was Frankie 3.
Frankie 3. Frankie 3. If you are in here anywhere, bruh, let me know your Cash App, whatever it may be. Things of that nature.
I remember me and Frankie 3 actually have the same Cash App.
Oh, is that right?
Identical. I don't know how he did it, but that is how it happened.
Hey, either you send me some or I'll delete all your Garrigou Lagrange books. That's Frankie 3. Yes, you. What is your Cash App, bruh? What is your Cash App?
I'm always making Elijah send money, bro. What the frick?
What is your Cash App, bro? Shout out to y'all for getting them up there. You was 58. Let's see. He at 59.
Your phone. Let me see. My phone's gonna die.
Where Frankie at? Oh, Frankie ain't saying nothing.
So
Oh,
are you
Frankie don't want it. Who was before Frankie?
I was 51.
You was 51, but I feel like that's cheating. If I chat, what y'all think? I'll let y'all decide. Chat, what y'all think?
What is her YouTube name?
Lexalot.
Lexalot. Elijah, do
She's
you
not
witness to
making
Jehovah insofar as you witness the grace of Jehovah, the one true God? Don't dodge the question. Say yes. Hey man, I say what my brother said the other day. He said I was Jehovah's first witness. Shoot, give it to the missers. Frankie said donate it. He said double it, pass it to the next person.
I was the next person.
Hey yo, all right man, I'll get to her when I get to her then.
Wow, that's crazy.
She's not even popping up on the latest, bro.
She not even popping
Okay,
up
but
on the latest.
He's
She not
sorry.
even popping up on the latest.
You're acting like you didn't see with your own eyes.
The eyes are what the Bible say? The eyes are, or the heart is untrustworthy above all things. I got
Walk by
5 in my
faith, not by
account.
sight.
You got 5 in your account? Hey, did you subscribe? Apple user 8948. Did you subscribe?
Bro, he got 5 because he was going on too many lunches and dinners.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah,
How you know him?
because he was going on too many lunches and dinners.
Oh my days. It's KJ Lee Johnson.
Cam, what was your question?
Yeah, what was your question?
I was just gonna ask if somebody could explain to me what eternal manifestation is.
Oh, so if you don't hold to eternal manifestation, you are an Arian.
Okay.
So what eternal manifestation is the actions of God that come from an eternal source being manifested in reality.
If I might add, you got to mention the fact that it's God expressing and revealing and all eternally manifesting.
I forgot to add eternally manifesting in there. But yeah, so that's 5 million because I seen the best of the best on Instagram give those answers. So
Yep. As soon as I get off here, I'm gonna put it in the super chat.
all right, for sure.
Don't forget the part about resting. It's resting.
It's also about resting. Nah. Dang, so y'all really want me to just send all this money? I was gonna send $200.
You're a lie. You're a lie. I don't believe that for a second.
I guess Frankie didn't want it.
Yo, Elijah.
Shout out to Frankie. Frankie didn't want it.
Elijah, do you remember when Jesus was like in a certain city and it said that he couldn't do miracles there because of the lack of their faith?
Yeah.
It sounded like Alexis don't really have faith right now, so you shouldn't send it to her.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Baba.
Oh God.
Frankie laughing.
Everybody say hi to Tyson.
I like that Tyson. Oh, here, put him down.
Hey, why are you yelling at me?
It's too thin up there, bro.
He's like, can't breathe.
No, we wanted him to come with us.
Elijah,
hey, hold
the
on.
housekeeper guy is still in here, you know.
Oh, all right.
You know,
Wait, I don't think my brother in here no more.
Yo,
These last $2, I'm not finna lose. Y'all don't know about this though. These last $2, I'm not finna lose. One for the bus fare and one for the jukebox.
One for the booze.
To play me some of them down home blues. Alexis wasn't 51st, but Allah made it appear so. Allah be doing that. One for the bus. Shout out to him, man. He goated.
Tyson just farted.
And one for the jukebox to play me some of them down home blues. Y'all don't know it. It is Easy Hill.
I should get more money just because of that, you know?
I ain't gonna lose the blues. All right, Peacekeeper, what's up, man? Because I gotta go like really quick.
Yeah, but
Man,
don't worry,
I
guys.
mean,
After this live, Elijah will be on my stream. We're gonna be reviewing the debate all night.
Yeah, nah.
Don't even worry about it.
man, hell, we could chop it up another time, bro. It's great. It's straight.
You sure?
Yeah, bro, it's straight.
Come back Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
smooth,
if you
bro.
live till then. No day is
Hey.
promised. No day is
Nah.
promised.
For sure.
Yeah, but come back, bro.
Yo,
God bless, man.
what?
All right,
Who
man.
tell somebody that,
Did
Abe?
Abe just say if you live till then?
Jesus?
Yeah, that's what Abe said.
Hey, no day is promised, bro. That's what James said.
Hey, what's the deal, bruh?
What's up, Elijah? It's been a minute.
Yeah.
You remember me?
Elijah?
Of course I remember you.
Okay, I'm just making sure, bro, because like you've been ignoring me the entire time, and it low-key hurt my feelings,
Oh
bro. You
Say
my
sorry.
days,
I've been
bruh.
messaging you
Say
on the
sorry.
daily, bro.
Hey,
Hey, you
yo.
just be
I'm
ignoring me,
sorry. I'm sorry,
bro.
bruh.
You just be ignoring me.
Oh my goodness, man.
I be donating.
You be donating.
Donating.
Say you'll do better.
Hey, Frankie said, give it to me.
Alright, bro. What's up, man? Elijah got a mistress now. It's crazy. You see what they saying, bro?
I done went to an Orthodox church. I done
Did
did all that.
did
And
you?
then you just ignored me.
You got a whole icon circle of Ali, bro, or icon corner of Ali, bro. Bro,
I got Mary. Bro, I got Mary and Jesus in it though.
you got Mary and
Like-
Jesus in your icon circle. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. How was wait, when you went to Orthodox church, how was it?
I was very confused, and it was honestly like it was interesting. Yeah, like the chants and things like that, but I didn't understand it, and I was low key like kind of like I think I dressed up wrong. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
How'd you dress
I
up?
don't know. I mean, I wore my Zulfikar necklace, and then like I was also like, I dressed up like pretty casual. Like I had blue jeans, and then I had a button up on.
Yeah.
It was interesting, but I didn't know what to do, so I kind of just left.
That's how I felt when I first went. I was like, I didn't know what was going on. Everything was in Greek. I was like, I don't know what they're singing. I don't know what they're saying.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, but I stayed the whole time.
It was like I don't know, man. I couldn't stay the entire time. I just got really confused. But it was okay though. I might go back. I'm debating right now if I don't have work.
Well, bro, if you ever do want to talk about the religion for real, bro, like I would love to talk to you about it on a serious
bro,
note.
cause you be ignoring me, bro. Like,
Well, you don't ever come up here. You don't ever come up here on nothing serious.
Cause when you be having lies, I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me talk about this topic. I send a request. You just ignoring me.
Every time you come up, you don't be serious. So like I be like, all right, he's just gonna joke around, and then we gonna talk. Cause then when you come up, we talk for like 15 minutes, and that's 15 minutes I can't get back. You feel me?
Oh, so you saying my time's a waste?
No, I ain't saying all that, but I'm saying that there's people who do be having questions. You be like, bruh, first of all, you turned on the camera one time and your toes are showing, like no socks, just toes. I ain't appreciate that personally, but you know, to each his own.
What's wrong with my toes? What you tell me about my toes?
I'm not trying to see them.
I got pretty toes.
That's
All right.
You almost made me say that's a crazy thing to say, bro.
Talking about toes ever on your life.
I just got a pedicure on these toes too last week. So
I don't do something. Hey, bro, I'm not trying to see that, bro.
God bless you.
I don't want you to see them. All right. Anyways, Elijah, like Elijah, bro, like how you been, bro?
See, you see what I'm saying, bro?
I feel like
how you been? Like,
Hey, I have a question for you, cause you're a Shia, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it true that Shias believe that Muhammad was the first creation?
Yeah, so we believe it. We have hadith in Al-Kafi about it, yeah. That he was amongst the first creation when it comes to it. And through his nur of light, then Imam Ali was created. And through both of their nurs, the universe was created, yeah. We have hadith on it. But, yeah. But anyways, Elijah, bro, like, stop ignoring me, all right? Okay, like what?
Hey, so wait, Muhammad and Ali was of the first creation, and then they created
Yeah,
the
we have
world.
hadith and we have hadith and al-Kafi about it. Yeah,
I
I
don't.
can't go
I'm
off
not.
from
I'm
the
not
top of my
versed
head.
in Shia Hadith.
Oh, you're not versed in it. Yeah,
Was
but
he
we
a
have hadith.
prophet when he was created?
Hmm? Yeah,
Was
he
he a
was always.
prophet? So
Yeah,
he's
he's
not the
always.
last prophet for.
Wait. So Adam wasn't the first man created?
So Adam was the first creation being. What we have, okay, our hadith is pretty much saying through the nur of Muhammad, the light of Muhammad and Imam Ali alayhi salam, right? Other creations were created through this light. That's what the hadith states.
How does that not make a partner with Allah in creation?
Yeah, because the prophet was created. It's not saying that he was eternal,
But you're saying
but he was
through
created.
him everything else was created.
Yeah, so this would be considered intercession, which we have no problem with within the Shia corpus.
But I thought the Quran says,
So
well, I guess that's on the day of judgment that there won't be any
yeah,
intercessors.
don't bring me no Ibn Kathir or
No.
Ibn
I'm saying
Taymiyyah.
I'm saying the Quran says that like there are no intercessors. But I'm saying the Quran
Do you
does say
know?
that that's
Yeah, do you know
for.
the yani? You know the context of
Yeah,
this?
that's what I'm saying. I guess that's for judgment. That's for the
Yeah.
day of
So
judgment.
it's a very the context is different on that compared to others, and I believe yani from our tafsir that this is talking about the disbelievers.
So who
Bro, I don't
are
care
the
about
people?
Sistani. Wait, hold on. I don't care about Sistani. I'm Akhbari. Why would I care about Sistani? Wallah, I don't care about him.
No.
Go
Who?
ahead, though.
So for Shia, who are the people who like whose top tier you hold as authoritative?
Yeah, so the tafsir that I go to, right, it's pretty much all the hadith from the Imam. So it's the Imam statement itself, right? So we follow the Imam statements. I don't follow Maraja statements when it comes to like tafsir and hadith, because this is like a Sunni thing. I follow exactly what the hadith says from our Imams, alayhum salam.
So it goes Imam Ali and then where do you find where do you find their sources? Like, is there a website where you can find their sources?
So there's a hadith. Yeah. So there is a website. It's called Taqalain.
How you spell that?
You can go on there.
How you spell it?
THAQALAYN. Taqalain. And this is where you can find our hadith books. Yani we have Al-Kafi, Wasi al-Shia, Uyun Akbar al-Ridha. So many hadith books. Wallah, I can't.
And who's like the top one? Like how Sunnis have Bukhari, is al-Kafi, like Bukhari.
So yani this is different when it comes to Akbaris, right? We believe that if the hadith does not contradict the Quran, right, or for example, if the Imam wasn't speaking in taqiyya, then we take the hadith, right? We take the hadith.
Okay.
And if so, it's different from us, but our main book, I would say, would be Al-Kafi and Bahar al-Anwar.
So even if I show a hadith from like one of these people and the hadith were to contradict the Quran, you have no problem with just rejecting said hadith.
Yeah, so
okay.
What we mean is if it's something that contradicts the Quran and say a later Imam alayhum salam explains what this would mean, right? Because we have a hadith from the Imams alayhum salam where they said that if I were to say an opinion and then I give you the opposite opinion, the people ask what would we then do, ya Imam? The Imam said, follow the later Imam when it comes to this opinion. So say for example, because we know that it's like the 12 disciples, right? Like they was oppressed and things like that, right? I'm just giving you examples so you can understand, right? They were oppressed. So when it comes to our religion, the 12 Imams, right? The Umayyads and the Abbasids, right? They used to oppress the Imams. Sometimes the Imams would have to speak in taqiyya, right? Because if they were caught, right, they would be executed. They would be unalived. So the Imams, alayhim salam, yes, they said the original opinion, but like when they would have to give public speeches, there would be spies of the Abbasids and the Umayyads, so they would have to speak in taqiyya because of this.
And so you're saying that they would have to lie about what they actually believe because of this?
So lie. Okay, so when you say lie, yes, they that point, yes, because their life was in danger and they would be
So
unadvised if that was the
those
case.
things you
But
could
they already.
reject, which
But
is
wait, wait,
why.
wait, 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 wait.
Wait,
Let me.
I
Yeah, real
want
quick.
clarification. So you're saying that those things you could reject, and if those things were to contradict the Quran, what the Imam says is to follow the later Imam that might not be under such oppression.
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
I get what you're saying.
But yes, but one part that I said was when it came to the Imam before. So say for example, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna give two examples. Say Imam Hassan, he gives a statement saying, "Yani, we pray on a turba. Praying on a turba, it's mandatory to do it, right? Then 1 week later, the Imam is given a sermon, but there's government officials watching. The Imam would say, "No, you don't have to pray on a turba." The original opinion was already stated. So because the original opinion was already stated, okay, now we're confused, yeah, Imam. The Imam says, go to the later Imam. Okay, now I go to Imam Hussein. He says, pray on a turba. So it's already been stated from the past Imam, but due to the oppression that was happening within the government system, right, they had to go under taqiyya, but the later Imam clarifies what he said before.
That's interesting.
Make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Real sneaky.
How is it sneaky?
You just like changing your doctrines depending on.
No,
who
we're not
rules you.
changing our doctrine. We're not. It's not changing our doctrine when it comes to it, because the original
You're saying
statement
that when
has already been
when
said.
it's
And then
preached in
also,
front
as
of
well as
a.
with that, we have a hadith as well from the Imams alayhim salam. And this is with the current Imam, so the Imam of the time. We have a hadith that says that if the Imam says something that is more similar to to how Sunnis believe things, like praying with their hands and Allah has a foot, Allah has a hand, things like that. Say the Imam says God doesn't, but then the Imam in a later sermon says God does. The Imam alayhim salam said, whichever opinion is more closer to our enemies, take the opinion before. So as Shias, we don't believe that Allah has literal body parts.
Yeah.
Right, for example.
I rock with that, yeah.
You rock with that?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Wait, bro,
So
no, you should not rock with that.
no,
Because,
I rock with the fact that you guys don't think that.
So you
Hold on,
so
I
you don't
rock
think
with the fact that you guys don't think Allah has actual body parts.
Yeah, but like, bro, the thing is, it's like you don't think that, like, like the Sunnis are. Yeah, I'm not making. Wallah, I'm not making fun, but you don't think the Sunnis are closer to you than us?
I don't think
like,
neither
the
one of you guys
Sunnis.
is really close to us. But so how
No,
do
but,
you?
like, the
Hold on,
Sunnis.
wait 1 second. So this is this is actually the book that I was talking about earlier when I was talking about Saint Bonaventure and his where he talks about goodness. If you come down to chapter 6, he gets to talking about goodness. Yeah. So if you get into chapter 6, he starts talking about like goodness and the good and everything like this, and he uses like Dionysus, but Dionysus is operating off of like the other the other philosophers before him and everything like that. So because I was looking into this when we were talking about the good being diffusive, and he uses this argument, and this is where I actually get the argument from, of when you say that God is good, then it would kind of necessitate that God is multi-personal. He talks about that here as well. So that was my fault. That was a journey into the mind of God. If you guys want to look into that, in chapter 6, he talks about meditating on God's most blessed Trinity and using God's name, the good. And he uses this of this thing of goodness to show that like pretty much how it makes sense in regards to the Trinity and how the triune God would be the only God that's able to actually be good. But yeah, so I just have a quick question in regards to like how did you how did you go about proving that Muhammad was a true prophet?
What?
How did you go about proving that Muhammad was a true prophet?
Yeah, in what context? Because it was his first 3 months, now it's just the prophet. So
you said it was first what?
I'm a bit confused. Okay, so Are you asking why do I believe that the prophet was a true prophet?
Like what proved that to you? What proved that he was? Because I remember you said that you were searching for a while and you were looking in Islam and then you found out that like Sunni Islam wasn't the route. So like it sounds like you did a lot of research. So like what was the research that you did to prove that Muhammad was an actual prophet?
Yeah, so for me, if you're asking me on a personal level, forget Hadith or Quran, right? Just in a general sense, I do believe that when it comes to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that the virtues, as I would be looking, if I was trying to find a religion, for example, what his speech and the way how his story, of his prophethood, how he became a prophet before, before Islam was began in Arabia, right? Wallah, it's inspiring, and I can relate to so many things when it comes to it, of his beginning life and then what he had to do to strive in order
Brother,
to become.
Malcolm X story is inspiring of being,
Malcolm X.
but
Well, yeah, I mean Malcolm X. I mean, yeah, but Malcolm X also worshipped Allah, so I mean, yeah, it's pretty inspiring too as well. That was one
no,
thing as well.
I'm saying that like
For
just
mentioning.
do you believe that Malcolm X is a prophet?
No, I don't believe he's a prophet.
So like
I believe that he's a
why would
servant.
somebody's story being inspiring be proof that they're a
Yeah,
prophet?
so I didn't get to my full point.
Okay.
I was just giving you an example.
Okay.
But I would say that many virtues that from me as a Christian, when I was a Christian, or you guys say I never was a Christian, when I was you know, someone who followed the Bible, I feel like with a lot of the virtues of the different prophets and how they were considered prophets, right? I believe that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wa alihi, right? He fits many of these virtues when it comes to it. So that's what I believe of it. I don't have my Bible on me right now, but I'm just saying. And
I
if we're
mean, no,
talking on a
we
personal,
have a lot of prophets that were not good people necessarily.
yeah, I understand that in your biblical terms, yeah. In your Bible, yeah.
So I'm confused. What about someone's character makes them a prophet?
Their speech, what revelation they give.
How would
That's
you
one
know whether or
thing.
not that revelation is from God though?
Yeah, so we would prove it through, like, for example, scientific miracles, or one thing I'm trying to remember. It's the one it's like a
What's
scientific. I'm not too sure
what's
how to
yeah
explain it.
okay. I mean, it's just very odd. So what are the things that the Quran stated that somebody used the Quran and then tested this scientifically, and then that's how
Yeah,
they
so I
discover.
don't.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
But
so I don't.
that's how they discovered the thing. Is that they understood
Yeah.
the Quran to be giving a scientific miracle or stating something scientifically about the world.
Mhm.
So then they test the claim of the Quran to then now discover that what the Quran is saying is true, rather than science just discovering something and then imposing that thing back on the Quran. Like, who had this understanding before the discovery that this is what the Quran was talking about, and then they went on to test this?
Yeah, so for me, it would first be a hadith. That's the first thing I would follow is a hadith, and then so it's with that early philosophers as well. After Islam, of course, early philosophers who weren't Muslim that did read, study the Quran, understood the not under like understood the Quran and would prove miracles through these things, and then also
Like who? Like
yeah,
what?
it's many things when it comes to it. I can't think of it off the top of my head,
Well,
but
what was the
like
thing that convinced? What was the thing that convinced you? Like, why would scientific miracles?
yeah. So what? So are you asking what convinced me to follow Islam?
No, I mean, you have to believe that Muhammad is a true prophet first. Like, I feel like
Yeah,
that's
I
like the
do.
first step. So, like,
Well,
what was it
no,
that
not
can?
that. I would no. That's so for me. I feel like that's different. My first step was first believing in that I believe there was one creator. Okay, I believe there was one creator, and I'm not attacking your religion. Don't make well, I'm not attacking your religion, right? I'm not making fun of your religion, but it's just for me. It's hard for me to think God would unalive, and you probably heard it many times, but just God would unalive His precious Son. It's just hard for me to believe. You get what I mean?
That's fine. It's
And then
not, but that
I don't believe a triune God, bro.
okay. That's perfectly fine. But I'm asking you
Yeah. So
what.
if it's perfectly fine, then that's
Well,
one
it's
of the reasons
not
because I believe that
okay. So
there's
I think that
one.
there's this common misconception that, especially in Islam, that if Christianity is false, then Islam is true. That's not
No,
true.
that's not my logic here.
Okay, so I
That's
want to
not my.
understand your
I'm speaking.
reasoning for
I'm not okay.
believing.
I'm not speaking Islam. I'm speaking personal things. No
Yeah,
matter
but that's what
what
I'm asking. I'm
interpretation
asking you
you
for
take
your
from it.
like
Yeah.
what was.
So Manny, I'm not. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm not speaking on behalf of Islam or not. It's
No,
just I
I'm saying
simply.
okay, but the question that I'm asking is, what was it that was shown to you about Muhammad that proved that he was a true prophet, that he was speaking true revelation of God, that he was in line with the previous prophets, that he was spoken about by Jesus that came before him? Like, what was it that proved these things to you to where you're like, okay, yeah, we could follow these things?
That was again, like I said, the virtues of the prophet and his miracles that he's done, and what he preached. For example, worshiping one God.
Okay, so
That was the main thing.
do you follow the hadith because it says in the Quran to follow Allah and his messenger?
So, what hadith would you be referring to?
Like the
When you
hadith,
say
because
follow, when you
how do you follow the
when you,
messenger?
yeah, so we follow the messenger through the ahadith of the Ahlul Bayt. So I don't take from Bukhari or Sahih
Yeah,
al Muslim.
no. I'm fine. I'm not saying that you follow
So
Bukhari or
So
Muslim,
another thing
but
that
I'm
will
saying that
obtain
you
the
follow.
virtue.
I'm saying that you follow the hadith because you believe in the revelation of Muhammad or the Quran.
Yeah, so some
Okay,
things
which
cannot
means
be
that you have to
explained.
already believe that Muhammad is a prophet in order to believe
No,
in the
that's not
Quran.
the. Yeah, so that's okay. So again, this is not the case when it came to me. Okay, I'm speaking from personal experience. Okay, I'm not speaking in apologetics or none of that stuff. In a personal experience, it was first okay. What is this book? I didn't even know what the Quran was before. Like, wallah, I didn't know anything about Muslims until I converted. When I did read the Quran and tried and understood the Quran, I realized there's some things like it's hard to explain. Right? You can't a Quranist alone, there's certain verses they cannot explain, and that's when I started to look into okay, when it comes to hadith, how can I trust a hadith? Right? I started looking into the history of ahadith and things like
Brother,
that, and then I started concluding.
you're a
So
step
I
too.
believe
Hold on, wait, but you're a step too far for me. I'm
how am I?
because
If
you're
I'm speaking from a personal experience, then how is
no,
that a
but
step too far?
because I'm trying to understand the first step. You just moved on
Yeah.
to hadith,
So first, yeah. So
but
first,
no, but I'm saying that you
first,
just moved on to hadith. I'm asking you how you
yeah, I
grew to
followed.
trust the Quran.
Yeah, how I grew to trust the Quran because I. What are you doing? My bad, I was talking to someone. Yeah. So how I believe to trust in the Quran, right, is the scientific miracles, what it said, what the Quran says, right? Me as someone who was close to unaliving myself back then, me reading the beauty Quran, right, and not taking my life because of it. Like this is one thing. No other book has ever done that. And like the fact that it's worshiping one God alone, the Quran, and God is giving you commands and things like that, I find that as a beauty, right? No other book ever did that to me, right? I'm not learning about Jesus. I'm not learning about this. I'm learning about God. And through God, I'm learning about his messengers that he has sent. That's why I follow the Quran. And through following the Quran, that's when I realized there's another prophet. Who is this prophet? That's when I started to look into a hadith, and I thought it was the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because you do realize when it comes to the Quran, the prophet, maybe virtues are mentioned, right? But the prophet is barely mentioned within the Quran himself. So that's why I followed a hadith, and that's when I get to know Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's why.
Okay, I mean, I'll be praying for you.
What's wrong? Like,
Well, I mean,
You asked me a question,
no,
and
no, and yeah,
I answered.
and you answered the question. So like, your question is emotion based, which I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but you feel like the Quran or whatever Allah revealed in the Quran was there for you in a time in which you need it. And I'm glad that you didn't unalive yourself. That's a
So
beautiful thing.
are you saying that?
So I'm
Wait. So I have the question then. Okay. So are you saying that even though all these things, like, are you saying that the Bible would still technically be true and I should still follow it, even though I didn't feel these things when reading the Bible whatsoever? I used to go
precisely,
to church every Sunday and just all like it's just something I don't get with Christianity.
precisely.
And
Like, say for instance,
and and, and
so like, for example, I don't feel any of that in reading the Quran at all. But if the Quran was
Mhm.
true, I should still follow Islam if the Quran was true. Even it's not based on my emotions, it's about what's true, right? And that's going to be based on evidence. That's not going to be based on anyone's feelings,
So are
right?
you saying that God just has to be 100 well, we do know that, but are you saying that God has to be 100% book and paper and that's it? Or would you say there's an emotional aspect to it when you repent to God, when you do prayer, when you do these things?
No,
As much
there
as we
is
don't want to accept it, there is an emotional,
there's an emotional aspect.
thing.
I'm not taking that away from you. There is an emotional aspect to
Yeah.
it.
So
But
I'm just saying,
hold
like,
on. But the heart, and this is, I mean, it's something that we see. The heart could be deceiving above all things. So the devil could make you
yeah, but
feel.
how
Hold
come?
on, wait. The devil could make you feel really good in the things that you're about to do. Like when Adam and Eve, or Hua, right, the woman, when they are about to go against God, they don't feel bad for the thing that they are about to do. The shaitan made them feel really good in the decision that they are about to make. Now, if they go just based off of their feelings, it ends in a place to where they end in judgment, right? They end in this disposition where they are away from God. You can't just go based off of your feelings. You have to go based in the evidence and what is true. The evidence that was around them that, okay, this is Allah that created the heavens and the earth and gave them the specific command to align themselves with him so that they could be with him forever and have everlasting life, right? Now, what they felt had them go against God. And if you just take what you feel, it can have the same effect on you to where you can go against God. Sometimes your feelings
And
can be deceiving. I'm not saying that they always are, but you
yeah, I
should
get.
do investigation to figure out whether or not what you feel is correct.
Yeah, Elijah, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. Neither am I saying that you're correct. When it comes to Adam and Eve, alayhum salam, when it comes to them, for example, they had, yeah, yes, they were deceived by the shaitan, right? But before they followed God, they followed His commands, they did all of these things. Their prayers were being answered, right? Miracles were happening to them, right? All of these things were happening to Adam and Eve until the shaitan tricked them. I understand that. But when it comes to a perspective, and I'm just speaking on my perspective of things, I didn't feel love when it came to God. I didn't feel like as many times I would repent in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Nothing. It was nothing whatsoever, right? And this was the thing when it came to Christianity that it's just hard for me to accept,
Look,
right?
and I'm not saying that you're. Hold on, wait.
I understand.
I'm not saying that you're gonna feel these emotions, right? That's why I
Mhm.
said that I'm just going to pray for you. I'm not about to be able to talk you into feeling certain things about God.
Well, it's not a
About
feeling, but I'm just okay.
no,
It's not
I'm
a
like
feeling. Like
I'm talking about.
we can speak in a sense. Okay, like we can speak biblically if we want to. For example, right? I don't have my Bible or Quran on me right now. Unfortunately, I'm at my grandmother's house, but we can speak in this context too, not just emotions when it comes to
No,
it.
but I'm saying that when I say that I'm going to pray for you, there may be a time when Allah is silent and you might turn to the Bible or someone has a conversation with you about scripture to where it puts you in a whole new light. Now, the thing that I would pray for is that if that time were to come, that you don't just go based off of emotion. Because I would rather I would rather you not convert to Christianity based on emotion, because when that emotion fleets and it goes away, then your faith can go away with it. So I will pray for you that If a time comes when Allah is silent and you don't feel the same emotion and you get back to wondering, you honestly and earnestly seek truth over emotion. And I do think that in
Elijah,
doing so,
I got a question though. I have a
you'll
question
find
though.
what you're supposed to find.
Yeah, Elijah, but when you're saying silence, for example, even though, like, I understand our prayers, they can't get answered 100% right away, right? But when you have at least for me, when I pray, a majority of my prayers get answered one way or another. They get answered. They are revealed to me one way or another, right? While when I was praying to, the Holy Trinity, it was nothing. My prayers weren't answered. Things were just getting worse and worse to the point
What
where
were you
I
praying
tried to
for?
unalive myself. Huh? I was praying. I was going through a lot of stuff. Like, my sister ran away. One of my friends were unalived. Unfortunately, it was so much going on during my life, and I didn't turn to like things like people were saying like, oh, vaping and things like that. I didn't want to do none of those craps. I thought
Yeah.
this stuff was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to seek God or the Father, whichever way you want to put it. I was trying to seek the Father, and the Father did not hold his hand to me.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hold his hand to me. That's not a loving Father to me, because it's just like how Christian terms, how can the one who created heavens and the earths, right, gave his pure son, sacrificed his pure son for all of man's sins, not hear me, not listen to my prayer? It felt silent from the start. You know what I mean? Sure, it might be hallelujah praises when I was at church, right? I was in Bible study back then at my church, right? Church I went to was Village Hope Church. Okay, that was the church I went to, right? But then when I started to find other religions, and it wasn't just Islam I found right away, it was many religions I was reading. I read into the Gita in the Hindu scriptures, reading some of the teachings of the Buddha. At one point, I was following Buddha, right? I was trying my best to mimic the life of Buddha, because I thought that there was no loving God, because God does not care for his creation. I thought of a theist perspective of things, where it's like, okay, God came, but he just left us there, right? Until I started to search for other religions, and then Islam was the religion that I found. I just don't get how, from all these religions I was studying, Islam was the religion that I found God, and then now you're wrong because of it. But the God I was worshiping before, the Father, wasn't listening. It doesn't make sense to me, Elijah. And I'm just saying to you at a perspective of things, not even just speaking emotionally, but I'm speaking to you just factually when it comes to a certain point to that. And I hope you can understand that
No,
when it comes to it. I'm not
I mean,
blaming God at
do you
all.
want my perspective or?
Yeah, I want your perspective. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I understand. Like I said, I've been in very, very, very similar situations. And I feel for you. I think that there's a lot of things in scripture, and I don't think that you're necessarily in a place to hear what I'm about to say, but I think that there are,
I'm all open ears.
yeah, I think it'll resonate later. There's a lot of places in scripture where the answering of prayers is not dependent upon the answer that you desire, or even getting something verbally. And you see this a lot. And this is the thing that I love about the scripture, is that the people who we look up to, supposedly like the prophets, look at the things that they struggle with, the things that they go through in their relationship with God. And I bring this up all the time. One of my favorite passages in the Bible is 1 Kings 17 and 1 Kings 18. At the end of 1 Kings 17, Elijah prays over the widow's son, who he's been exiled out of his own town. He was sitting at the side of a brook. The brook dried up. And then God tells him to go to this widow. This widow barely has any flour and oil, and he has to stay with this widow. The widow's son dies. Elijah prays. The son ends up coming back to life. And then there's a drought in the land, right? That's one of the things that Elijah prayed for, that there was a drought. There was a drought in the land. People are looking to kill Elijah. That's the end of 1 Kings 17. 1 Kings 18 starts off with, now there was a long time before the word of the Lord came to Elijah. And that long time specifically was 3.5 years. For 3.5 years, Elijah was sitting in a stranger's house of a son who had just died. And she was like, yo, God's not real. You came, you just brought all this trouble to my house. Woo, wham. For 3.5 years, God didn't speak to Elijah. And Elijah still prayed. For 3.5 years, one of the greatest prophets, one of the prophets that said that he's going to return before the Lord comes, he didn't hear from God. And then when he finally hears from God, it's just a command to go and confront the person who's been looking to kill him for the past 3.5 years. He goes, these things happen, and then he prays. And he prays for rain to come. And he looks up, and there's no sign of any rain. And he goes back and he prays. And he looks up, and there's no sign of any rain. And he goes back and he's prays, and it's the smallest cloud over the horizon. And that's just enough faith for him to say, okay, rain is coming. But the 2 times before, he didn't receive anything. And he didn't see anything. So did God not answer his prayer? And then it reminds me of a specific person like Daniel, who had prayed, and he prayed, and he prayed. And for 21 days, he didn't receive an answer. And not only was he praying, but he was fasting. For 21 days, he didn't hear an answer. And then an angel finally comes to him on the 21st day and says, from the time that you first prayed, your prayer was answered. But your reception of your answer has taken 21 days. And it's not that God hasn't heard you, but it is that maybe the answer that you're looking for is not coming in the form that you are expecting, nor do you desire. But it doesn't change the fact that God still hears you. And he still desires you to continue to pray, even in the midst of silence. And it's a very important thing in regards to our walk. And these are the things that we learn from the prophets when they go through these things, is that as Christians, we are never supposed to go AWOL. AWOL means that you abandon your post. And that's what I learned from Elijah. Is that he remained in this widow's house in Gentile territory where people were looking to kill him. I can't even imagine what every day felt like. I can't imagine the strain that was on this widow's mind as she feels like the little bit of flour, a little bit of oil that she had on day one is going to run out, and I still need to take care of this stranger. The strain that was putting on Elijah's mind, I couldn't even fathom. And yet he prayed again. And your walk in Christianity is not, oh my God, this day was so bad, so God must not be hearing me. It's that regardless of the situation, I understand that my Father still cares for me. He still desires for me to seek him. And because of the love that he has shown me in the giving of his son, I won't go AWOL. I'll pick up my cross again and follow him because he's already done enough. If he doesn't do anything else, he's done enough. So I'll continue to pray, and I'll continue to pray even if I don't get the answer that I desire, because I'm following the things that he set down for me anyway. Like, this isn't something new, and it's not something new that's happened to you. So I genuinely, I am sorry, and I think that the emotions that you have and the things that you're going through, they're very real. I think that the way that you feel about Islam, very real. It doesn't make it true. And even if everything that I like, if Christianity was false, if they found the bones of Jesus, everything that I feel about Jesus would be false. It wouldn't matter. And that's what Paul says. Our faith would be in vain. It wouldn't matter. So no matter how deeply we may feel about these things, how much comfort it may bring us, how many prayers may have been answered, how many, miracles or whatever the case may be that may have been worked. If it's not true, it means that we shouldn't base our salvation on this thing.
But okay, I get what you're saying in a sense when it comes to like Daniel and the other prophet that you mentioned, but their prayers were answered before God was with them when it came to it, right? We know this biblically that yes, God did answer some of their prayers, right? They served God, so they knew that there was still God. You get what I mean? They knew that there was still God, even if God wasn't answering their prayers. But when God just allows his sheep to suffer and he doesn't do anything about it, how can this just be all loving? I understand that I understand your point, but these prophets, their prayers were already answered before. They knew there was God out there and God had a plan for them, even when they were at the slightest. For me, no, I was suffering. There was nothing going on whatsoever. Not a prayer, none of that was happening when it came to my perspective of things, right? And I understand when you say the foundation, but the foundation is that of Islam is you're worshiping. There's one God. Okay, there's one God. Even if there was no Quran, there was none of that. There's one God, right? How can something that the universe created all these things, how can it just be multiple and multiple gods? It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, Christians, once again, they don't
Yeah, no,
believe in multiple
I'm not
gods.
saying Christians. I'm not saying Christians. I'm not saying Christians. I'm saying like in a sense of like other religions, like Hinduism and things like that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Christianity, right?
Well, from reason though, like we can logically deduce that there can only be one God. We could deduce
Exactly.
this from reason. From before we ever open a book, we can deduce that there is one God. Now,
Yeah.
Christianity doesn't
There-
make the claim to believe in multiple gods. It's not the
I'm
claim
not
that
saying
Christian.
I didn't say Christianity.
But I'm saying
I
that.
said that Hinduism, not Christianity.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was
So,
just thinking the thing.
in
Yeah. So we can
hold on.
both consciously agree that through factual logic, there is one God, right?
Yeah.
There's one God.
Yes.
You just told me a second ago that if we randomly found the bones of Jesus, your foundation would fall, correct?
Yeah.
What you believe wouldn't be true.
Yeah.
My
Christianity wouldn't be
foundation
true.
is that there is one God whatsoever. So there's one God. There's no other gods, and that's through factual reasoning, right? There is no bones that would be discovered of God. There is none of this. So with
Yeah. So hold on. You
what you
understand
just
that?
said would not technically be true when it comes to this, because my foundation would still stand that there is still one God,
Well,
even if
no. So for example, if the bones of Jesus was found, then the proof of Jesus's death by crucifixion would also be attested to, like, undeniably.
yeah, it would okay.
Which
Even
means that
I would say that this wouldn't be true.
which means that the statement of the Quran that Jesus didn't die wouldn't be true.
Yeah, so why would you give just an interpretation? Because if we were to find the bones of Jesus, that yes, this automatically means he was crucified.
That he died.
That doesn't make sense.
It says that they neither killed him nor crucified him.
Okay. Yeah. So when the Quran, when Isa alayhi salam, he says, praises be to him the day I was born, and praises be to him for when I die. For example, if we found the bones of Isa alayhi salam, right? For example, or Jesus. I'm going back to Arabic. If we were to find the bones of Jesus, yeah, I would agree. Both of certain things of our beliefs, yes, it would fall.
Not certain things, because
it would fall harder on you than it would fall on me.
Okay, you understand that if this is because the Quran is the perfect preserved word of God, if one thing is wrong, right, then the entire Quran is falsified. The Quran can't afford to get one thing wrong. So if we find the bones of Jesus, yes, Christianity falls, right? Because these are the things that make this religion true, right? We can attest to the validity of Christianity through the historical evidence of the resurrection, the philosophical evidence of the existence of God. Like, these are things that attest. If you were to prove these things wrong, then you would prove Christianity wrong. That's not a thing that makes Christianity weaker. That goes to show that there's actual evidence to support its claims. That if you were to falsify these things, then you would be able to falsify the religion. The same goes for Islam. If I can falsify these claims, then I falsify the religion. There's nothing different. Now, that doesn't then mean that, the logic that proves that there is one God stops. No, it doesn't prove that. But the thing that was revealed has been proven to be false. The quote unquote divine revelation has been proven not to be divine. So all I'm saying though is that as you continue to go, and grow, and you continue to live and look, I'll be praying for you. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say that I pray that you become I'll be praying for you. That's it.
Yeah, which I think so. Yeah, I appreciate that, definitely. But I've found my truth, alhamdulillah. So I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I've found my truth when it comes to Islam, right? I don't believe anything else when it comes to that, and I
I believe
understand
you.
your point of view. Yeah, I understand your point of view with certain things. But do you understand my point of view with certain things? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. And then
So
like real quick,
here,
and then how would you define truth?
how would I define what?
How would you define truth? Like religion and truth, for example.
Well, I believe in like that truth means that which aligns with reality, pretty much. So and that's why I ask for things like proof. So it's not about my truth, it's about the truth, right? And that's one of the claims that Jesus makes, is I am the truth, right? So when talking about what is true, there should be evidence to show that in regards to this religion that we're talking about, it corresponds with reality. So,
Of course,
for example,
we can find proofs in every religion.
so we're going to talking about the essential claims. So, like, one of the claims of Christianity is that Jesus died, right? Does that correspond with reality? Is there evidence to support this claim? And there's obviously an overwhelming yes in regards to the historical evidence of Jesus's death, right? So we can attest that this thing is true. And when we look at the evidence for the resurrection, there's an overwhelming evidence for the resurrection of Christ, so we can attest that this thing is true. This isn't.
If we're speaking scientifically though, with certain things and aspects, I understand religion is also brought by faith at the same time. And there's nowhere in the human body, right, that science have discovered that all of a sudden they can resurrect, like how the Christians claim. So I understand your point when it says reality, but we can also look at a scientific reality of things. This is a miracle that you believe when it comes to things. So it's a miracle. You believe in miracles just like how I believe in miracles.
Yeah, but the
it's
reason,
not
hold on, wait.
factual.
Yes, no, it is. The reason as to why I believe in miracles is because we can logically deduce that there is an all-powerful God that exists. Now, an all-powerful God are able to do things that is logically possible. It is logically possible for someone that is dead to be risen by the all-powerful God. That is logically possible. So then when I see evidence of someone dying and then rising from the dead, and they say that this is from the all-powerful God, that's possible. And it corresponds with reality.
Yeah. So again, when you say all powerful, we would have to prove this virtue when it comes to all powerful.
Yeah, we can.
Because now I'm trying to understand your corpus of things when it comes.
No,
to
we
it.
can't. Yeah, we could prove that he's all powerful.
That God is all powerful.
Yeah.
We need to speak at a logical perspective of things, not a biblically or Quranically.
Yes, brother. I'm talking about before we ever open a Bible, before we ever open any religious text, we can definitively conclude that there is one God. This God is all powerful. This God is all knowing. This God is all good. This God is immaterial. This God is like, we could conclude all these things without ever opening a religious text.
So can you define all powerful, for example? Define it without a religious perspective. What is all powerful? Define it.
The ability to do all things logically possible.
To do all things logically possible.
Yeah.
So with all things logically possible, how would you define logic in the sense of a human being?
In the sense of, I don't know what that means. What do you mean
in the sense of nature, logically, right? Logically, right, within the laws of nature, how would you define this?
So okay, so
yeah,
when you're saying things that are logically possible, that's a pretty broad scope.
How is that a broad scope?
Because when you're talking about logical possibility, you're just saying that there's no like formal contradiction that arises from these statements.
So is there
So now,
contradictions within the laws of nature?
no, so now that's a smaller scope called nomological possibility, which is pretty much just going to be referring to things that are like naturally possible or in accordance with the natural laws. Now, God obviously supersedes natural law. So that's why you would say that being all powerful means that you're not just bound to natural law, right? But you can do all things that are logically possible. Contradictions aren't things that like actually exist. So
So if we're saying logically powerful, right? We know how like all things are logically possible, correct? We
yeah,
know that when it comes to the human body, then there is no scientific proof whatsoever, or many creatures, that a creature can't die and then all of a sudden just come back. This could
does God have the power to make you fly?
is God does God have a power? If we're speaking in a religious stance, then yeah.
It's
But if
not
we're speaking in
it's
a
not a religious stance. If God is all powerful, which means that he can actualize like, all true potentials or whatever, or he can do all things that is logically possible. Can he give you the ability to fly?
religious stance, then yeah.
It's not whether it's a religion, like religion or not, it's still going to be the same God.
Because we would have to prove all these virtues of God already. Like for example, all
We can do,
merciful.
we can,
So you can
his,
prove that God is all merciful without any religious text.
no, well, God being merciful is not an essential attribute of God, because merciful is going to say that I'm relenting from some justice that is due unto you. But that's a relational quality, right? And that's somebody who's standing in some wrong in relation to God, and that God is relenting of said justice. Now, God being loving is going to be an essential property. God's mercy is going to be an act of his love. But this other attribute of mercy is not this essential attribute of God.
So it's not attribute of God, but you can prove God is all powerful.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can prove that God is all powerful, for example, how would you prove God is all powerful?
I would use the argument from motion.
Okay, so you'd use the argument of motion, which would be.
So you start from the fact that change exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we say change, we're talking about the actualization of potential. So that means a potential is going to refer to what a thing could be, and actuality is going to refer to what a thing is. And change is when a thing goes from what it could be to what it actually is. That's what change is. So we'll say that change. You said what?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so we'd say that change exists, and change is the actualization of potential. A potential can't actualize itself. Therefore, whatever changes or whatever is actualized by something else. This leads to a chain of changers or a chain of actualizers, where each thing in the chain depends on the previous member right now for its actualization. That can't go on infinitely, so it must terminate in a first actualizer. This first actualizer is purely actual, pure act. A being that is purely actual is what we mean by God. So pure act means that like you can't move your pure existence, pretty much pure actuality. A being of pure actuality is what we mean by God. Therefore, God exists. And then from a being pure actuality, you can then deduce things like him only being one, him being immaterial. I know that you don't really care about these things. Him being eternal, because time is the measurement of change. This being can't change. It's purely actual. Therefore, it's timeless, right? It's eternal. Now, in regards to omnipotence, power is the ability to actualize potential. That's what power is. All actualized potentials are either actualized by the purely actual actualizer or by a chain that terminates in the purely actual actualizer. So all power ultimately derives from the purely actual actualizer. And to be the source from which all power derives is to be omnipotent. Therefore, this purely actual being is omnipotent.
So you're saying pretty much like I'm trying to get at a perspective of things, but I get what you're saying when it comes to that point of all powerful. Okay. But just because God is all powerful, what would this like logically prove now?
Yeah,
He's
that
all powerful. So what?
so
If,
that if an all
even with this, even with this logic too, if we're going by this logic, like for example, other energies can be created, sure, through the source, but just because we have the original source, that doesn't mean that this source lasts forever. Because other new elements, for example, other new energies can be created through different stuff. When you combine two different elements, you create another element, right? So I
I don't
understand what you're
know. I
saying.
don't know what you're talking about.
How? So okay, if I have one element, right, and I'm just saying elements in general. If I have two elements, and there's an original source, the energy is the original source, right? The energy, I'm just giving a random thing. The energy turns into stone. With stone, I add obsidian and things like that. Through there, it creates more elements. Now I have fire. I now do the fire and then the stone. New elements are created. Sure, we have an original source, but if we combine other sources too with it, we get different perspectives of things where we don't need the original source anymore because other sources are already made for this reasoning. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. I guess. So all this was to prove was that from pure reason, before ever opening a religious text, we can conclude that God is all powerful. Now, in regards to this argument, God is going to be that which is sustaining all things that exist right now.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but now we wouldn't need that original element. We wouldn't need that stone anymore because we have other elements that were created and they created off of each other later on. So sure, God could be powerful in creating the earth, but other elements were then created after him, right?
So what I
But
said was that all actualized potentials are either actualized by the purely actual actualizer or by chains that terminate in the purely actual actualizer. So those are going to be
I get
like
what
the
you're
other
saying, but we
things.
don't need that element. We don't need that original source anymore. We have other sources combined now that give us a different
So
outcome.
what you're talking about is like secondary causes versus a primary cause.
Yeah, I understand there's a primary source when it
No.
comes to it, but
So no. The thing that you don't understand is that the type of chain that I'm talking about is like, imagine if I hung a chandelier on a roof by a chain, right? Each link in the chain depends on the previous link to hold up the chandelier, right? To hold it up. If I cut in the middle, everything below immediately falls. If I cut at the top and remove the original source, the anchor, everything falls. If I cut at the bottom, everything below it falls. Everything depends right now for its actualization. You can't just remove the stone. You're talking about like an event that happens in the past. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about right now. These things are sustained by the purely actual actualizer right now.
yeah, but even with the chandelier example, right? These two things, you're saying that it has to hold and it has to be logically. The chains have to be there. The chandelier has to be there, or else everything's destroyed. But the chains are still there. I feel like this is a single-minded like perspective of things because it's like there's no other sources that you can create from those two things. What I'm saying is that when it comes to, for example, elements, you can create other elements off other elements, if that makes sense.
I don't know what this has to do with what we're talking about, bro.
Yeah, I would say that God's powerful, but I don't say he's all powerful if we're speaking in a non-religious perspective. I'm just trying
Well,
to prove you're
okay,
God
well,
right now.
I just proved from reason that God is all
Okay,
powerful.
I understand he's all powerful. If he's yeah, I get your point when it comes to that perspective, but you can create other things off of that source. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think you should look into the argument for motion.
I get your argument. I understand your argument.
No, I'm saying I think that you should look a little bit more into it.
Okay.
Got it. And it's a great argument to prove the existence of God from pure reason, and you get to this classical theistic God without ever opening up a religious text. But I should have been asleep like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but if we have a theistic point of view, then how would then religion add on into it? If we can disprove God is all powerful,
you would have to figure out if so now you understand that this God exists. You would have to figure out how would you know whether or not this God is interacted with creation.
And how would you prove that?
You would have to look for things that only God could do, not like scientific miracles, but
When
things
you
like
say that only God can do, then what do you mean by that? Because we just only got to the point that it's yes, God is all powerful. We didn't get to the point now where it's like, okay, now it's only things God can do all of a sudden. We didn't get to that point whatsoever. So you're just now
no, if you were talking about religious texts are saying that this has been divinely revealed, that God has revealed this message or interacted with creation in this manner. And we know this because of the acts that God has done to prove that this is him. This is the one God, right? These acts are like where God is going to be showing that is him is going to obviously be the manifestation of his power. So this is why when God is showing himself, I know I'm getting off. When God is showing himself to the Israelites at the beginning, he manifests his power in a way in which they are able to understand. Where the Egyptians are praising all of these gods, like the god of the Nile, the god of birth and fertility, the god of the locusts and all of that, God is showing that he has more power than all of these gods that they claim to worship. Right? So he's doing things that only he is able to do. And you see the Egyptians say this by like the third or fourth plague. They're like, oh, we can't replicate what he's doing now. This is the one true God. So he proves it by his power, which is why he splits the sea with Moses and then with Joshua to show that this same God has the covering over Joshua. Joshua splits the sea. Elijah splits the sea. Elisha splits the sea to show that it's the same God that has power over all of this that led you out of Egypt. It's the same God that's over these people as well.
But these are all witness testimonies, and people can lie. That's one thing. So if it's only
so what I would do
witness testimony, this is by faith. Then this is not by logic.
No. So witnesses aren't like they can lie, but multiple witnesses also help the probability of a thing being true. Now, the main thing that I would look for is Jesus, because Jews say that he isn't the Messiah, and he died. Christians say that he's the Messiah. Muslims say that he's the Messiah, but he didn't claim to be God. Christians say that he claimed to be God. Let's figure something out about Jesus. And I would look into the historical evidence for what is said about Jesus.
Yes, but again, these are all witness claims. These are not something logically. I understand your point.
So the way in which you would the way in which you would figure out whether or not something is historical, especially with you not being there, even with like an event like say for instance if it wasn't on video, like somebody dying, right? When like a shooting of a school, right? Now the shooting of a school isn't always on video, right? But the testimony of the people that is there is going to help us get a picture of the events that is taking place, even if no one died, right? It's like this is something that can happen today. We have no video evidence. The way in which we're going to be able to gather what happened is going to be by the testimony of the people who were there.
Yeah, but I feel like this is false. And even if we look in the laws of nature, this can also disprove this. Like for example, scientists they did a discovery where they had about 6 monkeys, right? 6 monkeys. Every single time they would try to climb a ladder, right, water would spill on them. Then they invited a new monkey. The new monkey would then be on the ladder, and it would spill on him. The first 3-4 monkeys knew that, But the other monkey didn't know that. So when the monkey tried to climb that ladder, the new monkey that came in, the other monkeys would beat him up. So now the other monkey's like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but now I'm convinced by it too. And it kept on going and going when it came to the science experience. So I understand your point of view when it comes to witnesses, but so many
Wait,
people believe.
So
Some
the
people
the
will.
thing
Some
here
people
though,
will doubt the original thinking.
no, the thing in regards to the monkeys is that those first three monkeys did have something happen to them, right? They did witness. So even if the fourth monkey didn't witness it themselves, he can take the testimony and the way in which the monkeys react. He can take that and say, okay, they truly believe at the very least that something bad happens when I climb up this ladder. That's enough. You're just saying, okay, I'm able to take the testimony of these people who've actually experienced something, and I can look that they really believe that they experienced something by the way that they're acting, and say, okay, that's enough evidence. There's three witnesses that are all saying the same thing.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I get that example. Yeah, I get that example, but like, okay, I get that with witnesses, but that's what any religion, they have witnesses.
That's
Even
okay.
predates Islam
That's
and Christianity.
listen.
So if they have
That's
trustworthy witnesses, why don't you take their
oh,
witness
shoot.
testimonies
No,
over?
that's perfect. That's perfect. So all I'm saying.
So it's okay to believe of what they believe is true, correct? Is what you're saying then?
No, so
Because they have witnesses of it.
here, listen. I'm not just saying believe what anybody says is true. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying look at the evidence for it. Now, in regards to historical testimony, you're either going to have like archaeological evidence, or you're going to have like something like eyewitness testimony. Now, with eyewitness testimony, you're going to have to gather the facts and draw the best conclusion based on those facts as what best explains it.
Yes, I get it. I
Now,
understand that 100%.
hold on, wait. But for historical,
Wait,
I wasn't done.
Okay.
For historical events, a thing becomes more reliable when you get testimony that goes like people who are enemies of whatever belief, when they also testify that they saw the same thing, right? That gives more credence to what's being told. Things like embarrassment, like sharing embarrassing details in the testimony, gives more credence to the testimony being true. There's a whole criteria of how we can know whether or not an event is historical. I would look into that.
Elijah, and I'm getting that 100%. But when you have a book that would also claim that there's 500 witnesses of this certain thing, that I can't find early manuscripts of these so-called 500 witnesses. This is just a claim they make in the Bible, but I don't know their names. I don't know none of this stuff.
Well, you know 12 of their names.
Okay, I only know 12, but when they make a claim it's over 500, but then I don't hear these witness testimonies,
Brother,
it gets me confused.
If I say that, hey, bro, Splix was talking to Elijah late at night, and it was Splix, it was Elijah, it was Cam, it was Abe, it was Light, and it was 120 other people. I don't have to list out the 120 people for that thing to be true. I'm saying, hey, these are people who you know that you can go ask, and on top of that, there was 120 other people who was there too that are seeing the same thing. I don't have to list out every single person.
Okay, yeah. So through those 12, you're saying that these 12 are okay because there's just 12. We can now trust this entire story.
Saying
so
that.
If there's 15 Egyptians and they say that Anubis all of a sudden, right? He helped build the what is it? Helped build the temple, for example. He helped build temples. I have 12 witnesses to prove this claim, and they show me the staff of Anubis. I can now believe that, yes, now that they said this, and they said 20 other people were with us. But these 12 were right there, and they saw Anubis build it. They got his staff all of a sudden. So are you saying that now we should believe this? This logic is just so confusing when it comes to it, because every religion has their proofs.
Look into how we would know how something is historical.
Yeah, so archaeology archaeological finds. That's one
No,
thing.
no. Look into it, and then we can have a conversation next time.
Yeah, I'm saying that in general. Are you just going to say that my point is invalid?
I'm saying that
Invalidated?
I don't think that
Because
you.
you're saying witnesses. You're telling me trust these 12 witnesses.
No,
But through
no.
the history
That's
of
not what I'm.
humanity,
Brother.
there's
That's
been
not what I'm saying. That's
many
not.
archaeological finds and witness testimonies of other religions to prove that, hey, their religion could be true.
No, it's not.
But now all of a sudden with Christianity, this is the absolute truth now.
No.
This is illogical, and this is why I'm saying me and your corpus are two different things.
Brother,
Both
look into how we would know whether or not something is historically reliable, and then we could come back.
Okay, so ignore my claim is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that that's not what I'm stating.
So is my claim valid or invalidated of what I just said a second ago? Because you just made the claim that we should just trust these 12, and they made a claim that's 500 other witnesses.
I didn't. I never said. I never said that.
You did say that, though. You just said that.
Brother,
we have 12 witnesses.
The argument
being crucified, and that, or I'll go by your logic. You said if me and you were talking, right? Say Luke is all of a sudden there too. He's in the live stream. It's 3 people now, right? And then it was 60 other people who are watching. This is a claim that you made. That's your
here. No, it's not.
Here. That is your logic, though.
Here, watch this. I would say watch this video. Here. Was Jesus actually resurrected by infographics? I think that's like one of the easiest. I don't think they're Christian, but it's gonna provide just the facts surrounding the resurrection. So
Bro, I understand that, but you're not getting my point of view.
No, I don't think that you're understanding anything that I'm saying.
No, I'm getting your point. You just went by witnesses' logic.
No,
so
I didn't.
Religions, when they have a witness logic to prove that their religion is true as well, and then they say, yes, 20 other people are watching, this doesn't make it necessarily true.
No,
that's my entire point.
That's
so
not.
If you're telling me,
brother.
12.
Brother.
What's up?
That's not what I'm saying. You asked, you said that I don't have a list of these 500 people. Said that you have a list of a couple. It's not necessary for him to list out all 500 people. I'm not saying that because Paul says this, that means that it's true. No, nothing in the minimal facts argument states that. Oh, because somebody says this. No, the minimal facts argument says nothing like that. That's not how we're going to know whether or not something is historical. That's why it doesn't seem like you know enough about the topic. So I want you to research more about the topic so then we can have a better discussion later.
Okay, so, all right. Sure, I'll research more into the discussion, but until then, my point would still stand. Just because someone claims they have
no one's making that, brother. No one's making that point. Splits. No one's making that point.
I'm making that point. I'm making that exact point. You just told me a minute ago we have historical proof of the 12 disciples, so we should trust them now. You just made that claim a moment ago.
That's not even what I said.
made the claim that were earlier religion. You said what?
That's not even what I said, bro.
So you did not say earlier that because we have 12 trusted, reliable proofs who were first, whatever you call it, first person witnesses of this.
I didn't even say that.
Exactly. Yes, you did,
brother. You said, "Oh, how am I supposed to try?" Just because Paul says that there's 500 people, I don't know who those 500 people are.
I didn't mention Paul. I said witnesses. Okay, I said since we have witnesses.
Here, look, you can watch this conversation back. I would suggest you reading a little bit more, and we can have a conversation at another time.
Yes, yeah, we can have this conversation another time then. But until then, your logic makes sense when it comes to it.
Okay. God bless.
All right. God bless you too. All right.
Oh. All right, man. I am Yeah, I'm cooked for tomorrow. I can tell you that right now. All right. God bless you guys. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Blessed Holy Spirit, I pray that all of you guys are well. God bless you. I appreciate it, Ham. Oh my goodness. God bless the mods and everybody who was in here. God bless you guys. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I pray that all of you are well. That was a 4-hour live. Man, it's ridiculous walk. I appreciate it. That's just ridiculous, man. It's like when Cam was talking to that one dude, it's like they're not real people. They're not real people. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and thank you for this time that we was able to have together. Lord, I ask that you please just continue to use us, guide us, speak through us, and help us. Lord, I ask that you please forgive us of our sins and make us clean. I ask that you please help us and enable us to image you well as we go throughout our daily lives. I ask that the people that we spoke to today that may be negligent to come to you or don't want to align their wills with you, I ask that you, just for a softening of their heart. I ask just for strength and humility, Lord, to be able to see you. I ask that if we are wrong, that you please correct us. If they are wrong, that you please correct them. And that we just continue on aligning ourselves with your will, Lord, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Blessed Holy Spirit. I pray that all of you guys are well. God bless.